rabbi, the rather spent responsibility in seclusion, people know commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the negative migration of others, and news began to circulate that he was going to support a man, a scarab, that he was a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and the charges. Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and I will unpack them. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these proceedings, especially because on the very beginning of the chapter, but they look so much like not a really clear cut thing. Sure, they're organizing prayers. This is significant because the Jews were organized in the unit structure of Eastern Europe in a very tight hierarchical command, and that when Jews would separate from the given synagogue in the town, this represented a fraction of often not a large population. It would transgress a rabbinical, not exactly a commandment, but it's kind of an exhortation, like you see multi-portion of people do not sit down on the community. It would be more serious than we see in America today as a great movement, because as we saw earlier with Benzino, it represents a diversion of a revenue stream. Unofficial spiritual news canonically support this charismatic leader and do it by not spending money on things that Jews contrary to support the town rabbi that represents an economic challenge of the related to that, and David Clear. Earlier I saw how the Hasidim are like kind of Jewish more so. And this appears to be part of a clear violation of halakha, but the reality is a little more complicated because, let's say, for example, the question of the Talmud is it better to say a lot of prayers and have someone say few prayers and really concentrate about it? If you look at this, you're just going to rattle off the words. Much better, much more intuitive with an idea of reading the creator. They would say, what kind of idea is that? It's like being able to settle yourself. Focus is essential before you when you go to a church, you try to protect the tree. I would say one whether the lady on the night perfect. Some people think it's a little bit longer I want to go. But basically the argument is the night should be a little bit differently than it used to be. And they all agree on that. It's also meant that the revenue stream from the social media. Before long we go to the traditional town rabbi. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of the drama. He says that just not spreading. Not surprising, given that where they come from, they're no place to see where they are in northern Europe and Lithuania, but nevertheless, they are because they're valorizing prayer in particular, old way study in Talmud, which is quite different than emphasis in this one. And instead of saying Talmud, they're saying the Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous, should only be studied after. And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie, singing, and yes, alcohol is an important part of the upbringing now, and the art an expression of called as a Lithuanian because we're like the Vilna Gaon. Something which argue that they practice normative behavior. There's a certain amount of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which is probably kind of standard and stuff that's explicit from scientific movement, which definitely practice these kinds of things. And there's a highly specific movement that ends up relating to and of course sabotaging. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, ultimately this was going to be released in 1772. The Alter Rebbe, who was mentioned earlier, and the mathematical effect, tried to urge the Vilna Gaon and stronger benefits that he identified specific words and general criticism of these behaviors, but specifically for bad one as an associated group, as in maintaining friendships with them, like doing business with them, things like that. Really strong benefits. But probably the darkest moment in this period when it got way out of the world was in 1794 when a dyslexic rabbi in Minsk lost his job and a concert was appointed by the Congress in his stead. He went to the government to argue that Catholicism was anti-Christian and anti-government. So the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews and anti-Jews. They ended up throwing the Alter Rebbe in prison for a while, and then there was counter denunciation of the Chicago. Things got way out of hand. The battle was really set. Where we are in terms of stories before we leave the Stockton, a little bit about that impact on the unconscious of his this famous yeshiva of Rothschild was the first institution built by the Vilna Gaon with the diet of the nation. This represents in many ways the reaction to the civil that changed under revolutionary conditions. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their loose attachment to Jewish textual study, so the Lithuanians doubled their attachment to textual study. In order to distinguish just how far they got these Hasidim, instead of Talmudic study, which, by the way, there was definitely some extra activism in the 18th century, but I believe in the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly. The Hasidim are also reinforced Talmudic study, but the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are really the people of the family. Whereas before they had people like the Roman boundaries, the pinnacle of it, the representation of it, they began to internalize it far more studying the text with philosophy and whatnot was unrivaled by our generation. Another example of this revolution of tradition. The Talmud specifically became their barrier, and they said, I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the disruption are totally doubling down in the Israeli studies of Kabbalah. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon itself was a master Kabbalist. And so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against Israel. The heroic chief figure of the Stockton was known for his deep Kabbalistic. So what they socially ostracized people those, by the way, written writings, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Moshe's book called Shemayim, I stole a snake from the Spanish book because his first name is Mayim, which essentially is Kabbalah for Masnagin. This is the Kabbalah that Muslims are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book, but fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing Kabbalah involved in studying the Talmud. Finally, just to give you one example which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else.
Yo, Dom. What up? How are you? What's going on? No.
Was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders, that they regarded their leaders sometimes with the word messianic posture, and they sometimes practice something which the Stockton required, that was concept of Sarah Shava, the transference of thought, where it's supposed to try to create a God. I'm not fully at all. Let me pray that my prayer will be remembered by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe prays that his prayer idea of like praying, like what prayer should be. So that's the prayer really not. So they criticized what they thought was the hypostatic, but they also began to absorb Maggie, and the figure of Rosh Hashiva suddenly acquired, which was gradually acquired, many certainly have it up. I mean, there in the bookstore in the biography section, where with students' biographies on Rosh Hashiva that are absolutely unbelievable, and it's very well within the hagiographic I can see that they're so accurate. So that's basically what's happening in the 18th century with the business and the reaction of the yearly question. But next week we'll go on what matters in everything for everyone. Thank you for your patience and your endurance. We are going to conclude our discussion on triangular conflict that shapes our lifetime, talking about the Pacific Revolution or the roots of that revolution. What is the template for the European period? I look about the rather harsh reaction from the so-called opponents of the Muslim, and even the name itself is not yet our association as it refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Roman God, define themselves by their opposition to the movement. So let me start by going into this idea of an inclusive organism, the power of specifically of man, because it has not quite made it to the women in the same category as men, but nevertheless still strives forward in that regard. That men can somehow be the arbiters of truth, the voices of truth, they can somehow be the quite an eruption Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers were sent to the argument. And these two ideas, the implications of modern science, as understood within a sense, kind of community, this grand possibility of figuring out everything in a Newtonian model where we just get the laws of the universe right, we will really figure out everything will ever happen in history. And at the same time, and they were artificially trained by special fears of Portugal. So once they got out of Portugal, they assumed their Christian driver's licenses to grab the secular culture. And even though when they got to there, that for example, to Amsterdam as well, they could show their external Christian identity and resume their tradition identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 4 generations in Christian education, having their own universities instead of Christian thought, and having some of the language described. So they're walking around, and they're
Great catch.
distinguished himself in many areas of intellectual history. Yiddish tinged German most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overrun their German theology, frequently their parody and country bumpkins because of the far old historic form of Germany with a lot of strong words in it. But he learned the footsteps to really define perfect contemporary German. And not only that, was quite able to sound strange to us now, speaking in the late this was like, some this got beautiful
That was a nice catch. One of the best catches I've ever seen. Maybe one of the best.
much earlier Jewish practice. It's not in the Mishnah period. Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system where the bodies would first be interred for a period of time, typically a year. Then they would actually be disinterred and they would be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Beirut, in Israel, and places like Italy, where we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly so saying why just re-adopt an ancient practice. It's not a with Ramsey, who was dead citizens in the Jewish tradition. And look a little more deeply to find the scriptures. So by trying to respect modern knowledge, which is evolving into scientific revolution, and also respect the but not necessarily respect for behavior, what we would call evil behavior. Not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even in Talmud and Mishnah, but rather, customs that sort of like attach themselves by the truth of Jewish traces over generations. That would result in things like, going to dress and beards, things like that. But there are no regional kind of things. Allah, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said we should carefully examine the corpus hypothetical to Jewish values, while recognizing that there are, unfortunately, don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and all these kinds of things. We should nevertheless embrace non-Jewish neighbors with open arms. And, we have to them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness in particular was a distinguishing feature of but remember, we've got a whole range of like the roasters in many ways. We have Mima, who is also in this camp, who is also saying, what do you Mendelssohn's his fine students, they would Friedland and we should realize that simply was not working. This idea of demonstrating the of masturbation and equal rights. In reality, pronunciation. It really does. And this rule is ape-like imitation of German war. The Gonzaga reorganization of the synagogue layout. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why they're not like meshing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is what we observe over, but nonetheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. That's adopted, so the laity did not. Nevertheless, he's bending over and trying to do that with appropriate partners in so we see that with the example of the other crop, for a high baptism. This was mostly compared to 1799, realizing that one of the only ways that Germany seemed to begin to accept Jews from society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again with great figures like Gustav Mahler, Moser, Karl Marx, poet, that the only way they can switch positions, get using their job, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? We actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior. But we will pro forma say, yeah, sure, this is why it's a so-called flyback. There's no water involved. So it didn't work out. It's like,
Grocery shopping at Smart and Final. Now find low prices for a day and savings in every aisle. Get everything from labor.
That's what's going on in Western Europe. Like you have these Musculian Europe that are very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along the spectrum, they're willing to go so far as to have a kind of a conversion, which will get them
It's a plus. It's a
Eastern Europe, on the other hand, goes down a different, one of the most important ways in which Fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the late 1050s. The various regions, for example, Ramadan has now been years, and there was also changed generations of Hasidic literature, and basic Hasidic rabbis and traditions, and these cities found down a lot about this place. Hasidim and Aristotle suggest much more significant from the rejection government. And so another element of the Hashkalah attack on the traditional lifestyle in Eastern Europe is specifically through the government. And this, in many ways, poisons relations. On the one hand, the espousing of Hasidim, and on the other hand,
Yo, how are you? How are you? What up? Speak English?
Hello, bro.
Hello.
Yes.
What's up, Ignition? Did you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
YouTube.
Oh, very cool. Excellent. How are you?
Yes.
Okay, very well. How are you?
YouTube.
I've got you. I know.
YouTube.
YouTube.
Es que tienes.
What- I'm doing well.
Tiene un pene increíble. Oye, Oye, que lo escuchamos ahí.
What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your favorite things?
I want to
All right. I mean, calm down. That's fine. Don't we all? Yeah. Yeah, dog. I know what that means. I get you.
Viene gordo, viene gordo. Talking with you.
Baby.
Wow! Ah, we were so good. One. Rabbbi,
Yo, pimp.
Rabbbi,
Yo.
Rabbbi,
Hi.
Rabbbi.
What?
No puedes repetir lo mismo todo el rato.
Dog.
Parece una especie de que también.
Dog. No one knows.
Rabbbi,
What?
I watch. This is 20 móviles.
Yo, dog, you need to speak English.
Show me.
Show you what?
Bro, show me.
Show you what?
Please. Please.
Calm down.
No, please. Please.
Calm down, big dog. Calm down, big dog.
Please.
Calm down, big dog.
Please.
Dog, I'm gonna mute you. I'm watching a
No,
game.
no, no, no.
No, no, no. No, I'm watching a game, dog.
Please.
No, dog.
Please. I want.
You need to be nice. Can't be so loud.
She writes, Rothschild, a very shepherd, gathered a lot of the safeguard the Torah of the purified and homeless to oversee its magic, its spiritual study. So I see them in Bolivia, I was southern Poland. The Rothschild Ocean. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses spent
Yo, dog.
Wrap it up with one quick look right there. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular the cultural riverboat cruises. I've been doing this for a few years now and really love taking voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly Jewish waterways of Europe. I'm especially looking forward to visiting towns that was to give you a sense of meeting nature and unique nature of the Orthodox Jewish community. Fascinating elements of this unusual community is the existence of common Jews. So let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the I'm speaking specifically about Julio Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away. This tragic story has been dramatized and produced in the Polish production is Background. He was born in Portugal in 1583 of a Spanish Inquisition. In reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an horrific experience and had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the town of Portugal was simply kind of blind eye, whatever they did behind closed doors. So there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet never open secret they were still practicing Jewish. 1530, the Inquisition came down to power in Portugal. It was a tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. So many Jews were deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families were technically Christian because they had received baptism, so-called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians who had never had any experience with Judaism and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time. Anyway, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed about his Jewish background until he was really a teenager, and he had understood that he was a good Christian and liberal as he studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself, and then he found out that he was Jewish. He was fascinated with it, he was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way outside Portugal, which is such a liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Costa, his Jewish identity was an imaginary one, because for, this is 1583, the Inquisition had been in place for 15 years.
He did it again.
For almost a century, his real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources, reflecting upon Judaism, and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after we take away the Christian focus. He came to Amsterdam in 1614 and spent a little said, I'm going to set it, he said later on, where he said, great, he says, I shall become a spiritual derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't important. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas, Judaism, and just himself. So he ended up getting involved with controversial behavior again. He ended up presenting two Christians who were considered conversions to Judaism at the time, and this brought him to this says to his nearly, okay, look, really say, no, I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And the debate in the Jewish court was extremely harsh sanctions. They accepted him back, but they forced him into both a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the and have the entire synagogue membership in the last period exceptional. So incredibly wide. Obviously, the ritual is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of these vagaries and mysteries of persecution of the Inquisition, he was distant from Judaism in a normal way. He had no Jewish community, and then he felt this special ideas of being intellectual, never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking them. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic ways in which these aspects were tied to his essential figure is extremely telling, not only for a navigating the barrier, when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures as your religious identity. In other words, the abstract Beijing is really trying to enforce a medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of Jewish identity are rapidly evident in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is the college promotion. It's not that much later after a message similar experience with the abstract faith. But then Spinoza and Jansen from Child, colorful clothing, urban kinds of flowers sitting on the lap of the much more brooding, unhappy Costa. And this is Costa's pain, which is the hero of legacy. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives you some insight into the complexity and abstract community, in particular the Portuguese element that was so important in bringing both economic vitality to Amsterdam, but also intellectual journey that would produce life. Okay, about this video, book, really listen to you. Thank you very much. many of you, I can't wait for this whole pandemic over so they can get right back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be staying in Amsterdam in the late summer and as well as one fascinating, remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe Ben Israel. Very important person who was not the chief rabbi, actually, of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Menashe Ben Israel first. He was actually from a Joseph family, like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had moved from Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and the imposition of Jews Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they fly in. Those are two children of Joseph that are my Jewish parents lost their children the name of Asha and Ephraim over the day of their life. And he became a child prodigy.
Come on, dog.
But also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages with people of many faiths. He's very ecumenical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer, and especially as a publisher. This was a booming industry. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montesinos, who was also one of the Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to eastern Ecuador when, and the story itself is absolutely fantastic, he is guided by an indigenous guide through his population that lives across an river. But as he encounters them in Hebrew, they recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew who proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. These are the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that. So when he travels and sees stories there, the Bishop of Israel was present at the time when he related the story, published it. The story began to circulate and slowly gained the attention, in particular, of Protestant clergy who are especially interested in our Lady story because there is a millenarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate freedom. And there's a lot religious project Trail. This is also recalled around the time seeing a stir was going on a continent in England and with subtitles as all Davar shares a Shvatim with Muslim Ishmael on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they live. He also issues the Elia, where it is, the Book of Israel, illustration of the This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this and he became quite a bit more famous. Paul in the late 8th century was Israel. What the invasion would look like today. So there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that there is some dispute by many. These particular strange devices are often found in ancient Jewish dictionaries. There's no controversy that Jews were because at this time, Jews were formally not allowed impact on all of their software, in particular, with regard to the possibility of re-admitting Jews. They have been very critical of some of the intellectual, spiritual, and political movements that were travel joining with right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century. How that Amsterdam is a city of Portuguese conversos who were forced to Christianity, and then a lot of people came back to so in Nigeria, and you had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, in particular with the commercial kids. So it was probably something. A child prodigy, a genius of Jewish literature. Is most well known for the book Sharet, the path of the just, to have an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide and technical guide. Massive statements of Jewish morality. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I'm still personality. Also includes Jewish perspective. And in the world of literature, the famous Professor Gosling argues that that was actually the first modern Hebrew writer. That was actually all modern Hebrew literature stems from the most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it was in this regard in particular that is especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most leaders argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ratzah. And on the other side, if you live in Dr. Hasidim, Bill Nagara, the great Lithuanian, traditionally considered, so anyways, Hasidim also found the college work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Mesilat Rebellion until chapter 11. What that word is, maybe alive at the same time as their lives span just overlap very slightly. widespread shop amazing how spread shop that is like in some of these woodcuts that non-Jews were talking about it as they saw so many Jews selling their properties and putting it to Islam, and perhaps that's they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Business, who were active right up into the 20th century in order to raise the issue with working Venice that actually looked at the Rothschild and they were somewhat troubled by it, which was studied by people at least from the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard. One of the felt that he wanted to develop travel abroad in Europe to find more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Moshe David, who was unhappy with the fact that the Rothschild was let off without any comfort, seized all of his seat and eating none, but still out there that they areas as if to take away belongs to history of the national day. The teacher of the Rothschild, Rabbi Isaiah Hassan, marshaled a tremendous, as we've spoken about in some previous videos, the Portuguese Jews and Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Rothschild and giving them the respect needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life and his short life were in Amsterdam because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they were called some of the negative repercussions of the situation of Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, which engendered some controversy as well. So Rothschild was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote this remarkable work, Nasira. One thing I'm especially excited about is you have a while who was studied in 1990 in the former Soviet Union, and this version to old friends who reunite after many years of apart. One of them has kind of gone like in exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew is still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super hustle. Says to his sons all day,
one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that we'll be having will be Euro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place. Amsterdam really is the place to be. It has incredible Dutch Jewry in general, and so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over, I just want to give technical information. I am Q&A section. Please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So, without further ado, Henry, is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, so incredibly fascinating, an paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience, specifically how we cross the chasm from the medieval environment to the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today, theology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, what's really what I'd like to do is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the 1600s. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory. And we will is. And I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things. So forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam. And then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries, because they are quite literally, the vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when we get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, kind of things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England, just on the outside of this, towards the left of this British Channel that separates. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, when I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife masters actually overruled it and said no, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, we begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map, which shows you the DNA sequencing, not optimization, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosome of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levi or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Leviim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right. Number one, Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago. Aaron, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa, through Spain, and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the first century of the Common Era. With the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from around where the number 2 is in this map, Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic that
Come on, baby.
which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe. But
go, baby! Go, baby!
That, look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration to bring this all to a close. Down. While historically there are very old medieval roots, the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more expulsion of 1492. That's what I like to ground of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also going on after we enjoy Amsterdam. will be over in Portugal with where it was a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic jewelry. So this map here shows you the migration of Portuguese jewelry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula, and one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they are accompanied by forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that is essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were organized against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. Rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as communities observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and with that, and with none of the disability population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews/Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. Of that century, there is a serious, the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was Jews were, all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement. Spanish Inquisition, we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized as forfeit, and that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it would be anything small, like for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people who were arrested terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trial was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused. The final chapter, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition is out of control, society's down, and so the Grand Inquisitor, for Camada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella, and King, the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these Baptists, because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Sfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One, which we're going to spend more time on the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed, among other things. The Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally, where many of them were literally consumed by the island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogue. Spanish and Portuguese synagogue were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous, they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which got willing to visit on the Douro tour again. examples of tragedy. Their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time kind of environment, much like it is today, very open. It's unlikely that anything like this. But let me just return for a second to this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. Some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves. Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place allowed Jews to reside there. They were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused. Actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea of being Catholics, which was for the Dutch at this time quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king as a magistrate. Well, okay then, no problem. And the fanciful version, the story of the names of the official community, about a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, and the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur, about 10 years later that reported. And these broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the estate. And they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing was the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, guys are not white-collar criminals who follow the religions of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the more judaico, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely are. It's a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. Only when they feel sufficiently safe to leave earlier Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, "Hooray! The Dutch now control us. We can be Jewish." And they revealed their identities only to discover them over again. And now they're in trouble with the Inquisition, land in Manhattan, and established
right there.
Here in New York. Okay, so
that works.
if we go back to Amsterdam now, there's like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who becomes an adult that actually is Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their focused children talk and not understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and he became to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Where the Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself certainly a positive one for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 grinder, in fact died from lung ailment, from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior. Not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism,
that
but
shit.
even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there, and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. So make sure that all their heads down. Do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent.
this podcast
the
is
idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They under a harem, under a ban, no one allowed to stand for freedom, no one was allowed to do business with him, no one was allowed to speak them. And you get the picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel. Originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fast, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditional culturally afraid of him. One of them is really blocking the door of the set. Looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very gross Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatites, the false messiah, who actually found large important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in amazing to say that they're amazing to say about the Jewish culture. I want to conclude, however, with the value highly the idea of Amsterdam, a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as their way to the Messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from Spanish, Bible scholar of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees, sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravana, very important figures from Spain to use their great wealth. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, surrounded by monsters and looking like the wind gods and the outside rapid expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home. The Maxwell House Agada, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister for leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see, and like in the Farrar Bible, like a ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, this terrible sea monsters about to swallow them, but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land. As he looks over his shoulder at that's when he reflects on intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length in the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from the early origins, first century. But for now, I will hand this back to David for his hearing your questions. Thank you very much. And ask questions there. No one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
Maybe, again, as the son, really about asking simple questions, because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the votes. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of French in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam there was
we got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way to sort of try out the Arabs call it. And they really meant that people are manuscripts, but manuscripts are usually expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged. With the print press, especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. Jews are big consumers of written. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s. And then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins and you have look at how where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. There's usually popular books, very influential as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from Anonymous Effendi. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laugh at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, and I'm not a rabbi, but from at the in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, why a specific amount of time. Especially in times of the Shulchan Aruch, century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion, so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together, and especially the sense of taste. So we don't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. Excellent. I'll be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Concludes the lecture. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always, pure pleasure. And I really hope that. Thank you. And now I will hand over to David Lord.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, Henry's and integral part of the team. It makes it, a really special. But we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. Our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes it really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around. Cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. But there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want. That's what makes it a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are
he wanted to go across the mountain.
waiting to hear what's happening in Europe. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again our next cruises will start in October in Portugal, and then for next year we have everything from, as you see on our website, updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions. We're here and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you everybody.
So Fugger could load with confidence that he could get his money back. So it was more like loading against a home. Sure. More than just borrowing against the maybe credit of the sovereign. Yeah. So in Argentina, right? Might not get paid back. Different situation because Argentina is not going to surrender. Patagonia and repay a loan. You mentioned how important Frank that goes out of there. That was the only place where business happened. So, and their stuff, and buyers would come and trade whatever they had.
So let's start
Fugger would bring textiles, other people would bring
fascinating talks about
gold,
the
silver, livestock, carpets, all sorts of things. It would all happen in Frankfurt.
You look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of
Went to go there and
is
not only to trade, but also to get new clients, to get information.
primarily Germany, the Rhineland.
It was very important for those days. So Maxim's of communication.
Through the 11th.
Yeah, Maximilian. There.
Start getting
Fair to say that no one expected what will become of that. In other words, it's not
in a hurry. British history has
just as
been
no one could have predicted that. One of many
There are two
people
different
were needed textile
advantage
would become the richest peasant who ever lived. No one would have predicted that in Europe, with the exception of France, all the way
or at least the plurality of
South America.
have their
It's fascinating. So, Frankfurt from far and wide to work the fair. Peasant girls, their one chance here, they make money. Prostitution was actually legal.
like the
There was no restrictions on that. So, that sort of trade was going on. People would rent out their homes. People would rent out groups. People would get along.
One of the studies that
That's how busy it was a few weeks.
down the well
Nowadays you're talking about circulation. The circulation definitely applied
that became
at the Frankfurt Fair.
It sounds like Phoenix. So yeah, I was gonna say we have that going on here. That's one week, actually a couple weeks. He's got Barrett Jackson. We got the Phoenix Open.
Stiletto heels when
Yeah,
you go to the golf course.
and the working and non-working folk, I'll call it, do show up, and the Airbnb market goes longer. So when you were saying, wow, the trade shows go
Rothschild's attack in Mexico. It was put over the keys to him.
However, is that
The way
Jewish
that they
law
got signature agreed was that
prohibited
Flutter said, "Oh, I'm gonna finance Mexico."
that's
And
totally
without
unacceptable. In fact,
access to the capital, that was the end of signature.
there's some kind of
So
construction
he
going on
lived on his days as a doddering old
when
fool in one of his castles.
very
And
all
Mexico
kinds of
is
the
not for
dive
vintage.
in and start
Business together.
dissecting the remains of these.
So Sigmund didn't die of
So
power.
there's always been a great
Really let him live out his life. You think this in today's culture, Joe Biden and Donald Trump without his life will show that kind of mercy in today's day and age?
That's what
Well,
you're hearing in
lock
the
him up would
procedure.
probably be something that people would be saying, just like they were saying about
Show
Trump.
you that study
He's not letting Trump live out his
how
life.
it gets
Yeah, because that was a level of mercy in your book that we thought, wow, that is unprecedented.
Their family, yeah, their family.
which has
I guess he realized Sigmund was harmless. Another interesting sidebar.
title of the article genome wide
He had so
data.
much silver that he was making these silver coins, and they were pure silver. And everyone knew that if they saw Sigmund's likeness on a coin, that it was probably 100% silver. They called these things the Taler, which was the German word for valley. They came from the Tyrolean Valley. Well, he goes into Southern Atlantis War. Now, the way the Mexico territory was just war, he had a mixed record as married his son Charles married into the Spanish Empire. And through that, the Habsburgs had control of both Eastern Europe, extending all the way from Austria to the Balkans.
Please have a look at the diagram.
They also had Spain. And because of Spain, they had getting control of South America.
You've got these
Reading your book,
and they move
very hard. I never understood as a young person World War I why Ferdinand being killed in Yugoslavia caused all these nations to mile expanse. And your book helped me understand based on what you just said. That was the connection there.
When they tried World War II, there were all these alliances, right? So Russia protected Serbia, and Croatia was aligned with Austria and Germany. So there were these secret alliances. It's like NATO, it's the same thing as NATO. There was an attack on the NATO country. Rally. And defend. And it really talks about how we have three tectonic plates that come together. They're very volatile on the margins. So you have the Orthodox Christians, the Catholics, and the Muslims. They all come together right in the moment. So everything goes up in flames.
Booker saw large opportunities in my taxi from Schwann's, okay? But understood the risks inherently involved. Can you explain, how Booker looked at the risks of commodities? And because you talked a little bit about how you could go broke in this.
Yeah, well, commodity prices costs a lot of money to mine the
also
commodities. You're very prone to having flooding in the mines.
North Italians naturally
It wasn't just the
expanded by
mine
their connections
shots.
with other people. Of
For
course,
the troll, which was the biggest silver mine in the world.
discussion.
Involved in other mines. Hungary was very rich in copper. There were other silver belts.
Another
There
mixture
was some
of DNA
diversification there. He also,
then
like I mentioned, he hired the best mining engineers in the world to keep his mines from flooding. And he also created demand by reaching out to buyers all over the world, available in Europe. So arranged to trade metal or spices in India. So he kept the markets. His bid on the sales, his bid on risk and technology, just to make sure that he always stayed above water. Now, he was also lucky. There were others who were trying to do the same thing as Sugar was. We don't hear about them because they didn't get in over their skis and they got wiped out and spent time in debtor's prison for very much.
I think you point out rubber closets in Hungary. He was the investor. He was the owner. He was also German, and Hungarians and Germans by yeah, because he had a name Hungarian. His name's not coming to me off the top of my head, but it shows you also he was business. He wanted to make money, but was willing to give it.
Empire trick. Don't have two affirmative let the local culture coexist. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting rebellions every time.
Where he explained the postal advantage and branch network for being accumulated.
It's very interesting to think about how instead of having different sets of between arms to pay for things, his empire was so fast, he could just create an account with one branch and debit it in another. That was only possible if you had branches all over the place, and he did. So a merchant up in the North Sea, Rothschild or Lubeck or something might want to buy some food or instead of having to just send sacks of gold across Germany, go through 30 different other things to make could just credit his burn and debit the line.
He had to take that money.
Well, Henry VIII, or Henry VII, who restored and because Fugger was so rich, had some business dealing with Fugger. Now, the really neat thing was with my marriage. Maximilian married Mario Burgundy. It's interesting, we were just talking about the jewelry business here in the office the other day. We asked him whether or not the engagement business got started, and that's because Maximilian gave Mary a dime receipt out of the luxury goods market when celebrities and rich people start giving something and making it popular that everyone wants to be part of that. That's what happened in the engagement ring world. Maxwell was able to raise a nice endowment and Mary of Burgundy. Burgundy at the time was, if not the most powerful part of France, certainly as powerful as anything else. Under Mary's father, Charles the Bold, it brings some money to the table. He was able to marry into a family and because
As you point out, he was crowned in worms. He was king. What was the German word that they hailed him as?
Kaiser, that's where they go.
Yeah. It's a follower.
Caesar, and then your right thing was maybe from 800 to Napoleon 1,000 years later.
Small man's complex dominates. As you point out,
The Holy Roman Empire was a strange construct in that it was an empire in name, only sort of the jokingly is told that it was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. I don't know, 1,000 city-states, keep the peace, resolve conflicts. Maximilian became the emperor of this thing, but the way it happened was by an election among 7 electors. Four of whom were bishops, 3 of whom were they were all German, so they had elected worms, they had one in Dresden, they had one in what's now the Czech Republic, but it was German in those days. The Habsburgs, it just the Holy Roman Empire into being an actual emperor with all the power. We had Henry VIII. His head of the ring. He was Francis the First of France. And they all wanted it, and it became a contest who could right. put up the most money. God was on his side. So he kept fighting these little wars, mostly in Italy. Didn't get very far. The Pope was able to keep him out of the realm. Do Milan, and he really didn't. Although people, the peasants working the fields, they thought that he was divine and would come up and touch him, thinking that he had magic healing powers and all that stuff. Again, his best successes were when he had friends or himself, how he was having a good spin.
Yeah, I'd like to speak about something.
Yeah, to your point on World War I, I think of it as like World War I was actually a family split where you had cousins fighting on one side and the other. Ultimately, and maybe that's why call it the Renaissance time, or what we now know as kind of college education. America. You point out now that that's civilized by to do what he did. There was a purpose. He was there on Earth doing what he was doing. That is not mainstream today. So I guess for skepticism,
General policy, this came to which they had
everyone,
very well,
almost everyone,
in the 19th, 20th century.
there was
Some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent.
most in the way
On the 11th of February, one of these reacted.
he knew that he was violating commandments
by sealing off
that
the
he
entire
was
Jewish neighborhood.
by letting
There were other
violation
including one other
rich people. He was rationalized what he was doing. Interesting.
let's pivot to you use a very interesting term in explaining that. What is
And in those days where you really had to rely on trust much more than you do today, because you have contracts, you have rule of law, you trust He was sort of at the height of his power.
One third of those Jews who were living in Haidus
Not
were
because he wanted it to happen, but
discovered
he
and then
played a key role in making the river for the Bible that he said consistent. He seemed to be all over Germany and also in Hungary. So Fugger had to defend his sense of outrage. That was so easy. Still, the peasants had a number over the mind still. Fugger's people in Hungary hostage, and Fugger had to fight back pretty hard. And the latter years of his life negotiating to get back his territory and his mines in Hungary. They were dead just at the end of his life.
When prior to that, you also explained his in that copper cartel, he had joined it and then turned around and in kind of a Rockefeller cut to kill fashion, he chopped the legs off of everybody in the cartel by underpricing everyone and taking them out. Play cards with because 1 minute he's your ally. Yeah.
Was only to play along and not slash prices.
Fugger married for logical reasons, money and status, not limited party size. How did Fugger deal with
it? Yeah. What happened?
Well, and I also think back to the Three Brothers Jewel and its historical significance.
Fugger got a hold of what use jewelry as a store of value. They use silver plate, which whatever it would be, silverware, drinking vessels, whatever it is that you can make out of silver, and just have the stuff lying around. There's a way to have some somewhat liquid assets always at your disposal. Jewelry was one of those it's very valuable. Then Joel somehow ended up paintings of her shows her wearing this just the family of Ferdinand and Isabel. And as we found, he did this secretly. He was involved with Portugal, which was Spain's great rival. Portugal, as you know, Magellan was Portuguese. Portugal paid for Magellan. South America. And South America and spices from India, and that's what made that Portugal country. But they were just yesterday. I got a note from my agent, and we sold the Portuguese rights to the book. This book, and we already sold the Brazilian rights. Exactly. So, unsecure landing on food. There was no way to mark it. Right? No one was going to show up to your earlier about the poker table and tell Fugger to land, and you have no other option. But Fugger had options. Switzerland's not that far away. And again, that's true today. So look at this. 45% of the taxable estate in the United States and whatever you pay. Or you could end up in the AKA the Western Hemisphere's Switzerland. A more favorable tax production regime, and the assets can be relocated. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's identical. But this point about some of that stuff you're just reading about, who's able to stand up to power and say, we have a contract here, you have to pay out leverage over his borrowers that no other banker before the hand of God without like the emperor that he did. Like, they couldn't pay back on those bonds after this sort of thinking and the ability just did not exist before he was the first one to really stand up and make it work, and then open up the doors for others and open others to work to some. Well, got deposits just like banks do today. Give them returns flowing interest. And you would let the money out. Not just make loans, but to one went out, and he always paid, and he cannot have same as today. If you have money, what are you going to do with it? You got to give it to someone that you have the trust of. How did this cause a run on for what was the solution? Well, it was one of the first depositors. When he died, there's an assumption that he didn't officially have children. They weren't heirs. There was a run on the bank, and Booker, in a stunt that we still see today, pretended that there was nothing wrong, pretended that things were never better. He hosted a party, a very lavish party, to show how rich he was. He went around from town to town in southern Germany, dressed in his finest clothes, his best horses, leading his coach, throwing coins to the peasants after his coach. He just wanted to show, even though he was facing the greatest crisis in his career, he wanted to show that he was very much powerful and creating impression, at least that there is nothing to worry about. And by doing this, and then by working out a deal with the Pope so that the Pope would keep the money with the voters, he was able to get out of his jail. That was the most precarious moment in Hitler's career, that he was able to fake his way out of trouble.
By random chance at 6:30 in the morning, Monday morning, after Friday night, Ivan Boesky was arrested. I was in Elkins training floor with the guy that ran and half the retail for drinks. Erwin Jacobs on the line, and Carl, just like you're describing, whereas the 30 men, I think it was almost all men, surrounding him, the way it was all centered. They weren't saying anything, Of course, it was important to deal with the inside baseball places that you can't know. Explain how Zink was first strong insider in Rome with the Vatican.
Through his Oxford connections, it got to with a very corrupt lobbyist, as it were, who worked the halls of the Vatican to Further's benefit. When they came up with the indulgence scheme that Luther vilified, it was Zink who negotiated terms of how that transaction would work, where they would split the money between the Vatican and Further. And Zink, he was the bag man, he was the lobbyist, he was the German guy who had the ear of the papal officials. And Fugger was willing to bribe, he was willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. And Zink was the guy who made it happen.
Sounds like that one guy from Game of Thrones or Last Landlord Partners. I think the other thing that made me think a lot about is the interaction, which was they go to the peasants. You kind of touch on something when I come back to this just a second. But they go to the peasants and say, "This is for St. Peter." St. Peter's Basilica. They were going to rebuild it from its. I think you mentioned it was just wood. It was nothing. And so it was all under the heading of let's put the apostle in a great resting place. That was a small use of the money. And then the profits were split between the Pope and Fugger from there.
And the Pope really wanted to show his wealth, show his power. Nowadays, something like that. But in those days, you would do it by building something very large. We talk about the power, perceived power, and this giant complex grown. It needed a lot of money to do it. Borrows a bunch of money. Himself an elector. He had to pay the Pope sign off on it in return for the promoters here would say this well had some success, they raised a lot of money. People were every step for some months.
Discussing why it was an issue in Germany.
Just like if I give you a car, give me back another car that's identical. That's legit. That gets right to a lot of people. And the church didn't like this because one way that they did it. Charge very high interest rates. They would agree with their borrowers. The borrowers would pay back. So as it grows,
Kicking ass.
Yeah, let me get on the app for you guys. Did you win anywhere today?
Oh, I win every day. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. All right. You can get this split. Okay, you got one.
I do. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Because I'm definitely going to get these two. No doubt, no doubt. Easy. All right. Here you go. Get this spare. Ooh, doing okay. I'll take it all back. Two more. Okay. Get two. The goal is two.
Can't do it. Anyway, come on, Rabbi. You got
You kissed that one.
I got it. All right, go ahead.
I'm going to get these four. Maybe not. Okay. All right. 291.
Yay.
On the way to 300.
You want to run through heaven? Look at you.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You're
All
up.
right.
Let's see you win.
Nope. What the world happened? This thing be lying.
All right.
Okay, come on, everybody. This thing's skipping for real. Go ahead.
No doubt. I'm going to get this one, and everybody's going to cheer when I do. Come on. There we go.
Yay!
Yay. That was a hard one. Get it, Miss Aquarius. That's it. It was looking good. Get it. Oh, that was almost it.
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. No. Almost.
Yeah. I got that down too. Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius.
Okay. All right, I can get this fixed.
Get it.
Nope, that's not a good. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, now this is a serious split. Oh, come on.
Ooh.
I should have gotten it. That was good enough. That was the shot, Miss Aquarius. Get this, girl. You got it. Perfect. Perfect shot. Get this. Get this. No,
Okay.
but
You got
close.
this, Rabbi. I'll post that to you. Come on, Rabbi.
You made a nice comeback.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yay, you're there.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it. That's all right. I'll take it. A win's a win. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling and undefeated in friendship. All right, Miss Aquarius.
You say it again. Undefeated.
In bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay!
Yay is right.
Yeah, you say it.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
say it. Yay!
Yay.
It's Labor Day, so I don't have to work.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Well, sweet dreams, and we'll see you in the morning, God willing.
See you in the morning, okay, guys? Really?
That's right.
Hold on, let me tell you something. That's when I'm going in, I'm going to post, like, you know, I go teaching that too. So, I go, yeah, this dude named Andy, he's like, Rabbi. Then he don't come to church, comes from me. Oh, he didn't know I was speaking. So, I heard him. And I heard him, like, well, what did you say tonight? He was being racist. I mean, he was like, hey, what do you say, black? You said something about me, slave. He said, yeah, you slave. So I said, oh, you trying to be racist? I said, I would get the mind up and you know. He came back talking shit about you. So, but I just kept the music, like, whatever. When he fell, it came back.
That's all we can do.
I told him I'm gonna get the mind of it, but he left so quick. I Don't make me get that mind on this.
Good on you, Miss
Because
Aquarius.
races like that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Now, what now, 30-year-old? Yeah. I said, first of all, it's people older, way older than me. And I'm way older. I'm 42 years old. I say it's people way older.
Right.
That's on him. So you want to come?
The only people who use the internet are between the ages of 18 and 24. And it's like, no, we started the internet.
So I'm hearing it. But I don't do nothing. I'm gonna turn it down. And I go to sleep. I turn it down. But I heard him, then I thought, what did I forget? My just going people so pretty wrong. But that's why I don't be on social lives. Only get on there when I go to sleep. There's too many.
Back to what's going on in the Netherlands. They're kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their home, things like that. But they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specific society. Mercantile activity. They're keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should you be persecuted? That's Lutheranism. Much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism. Established communities there officially only know AIDS. Most likely they have been there who have more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century, and they succeeded. They were tolerated, there was permission to establish synagogue, they printed on prayer books, things like that. And later on, they were joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the uprising of 16 very excited about it. He said, "Look, it's fantastic." And they moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this idea of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David, but wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes not, they didn't demonstrate the highest level of integrity that he thought. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community for that once, and after a third, and he kept on coming back simply that half of them unlike him, he separated. Ultimately, after a third, ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after reading a 12-page suicide note. Very moving document called the one. He died an example of a human life that says a lot about what Jewish identity means in the modern era. Now, sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that the poster has this all dressed in black, and it has this kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair. He's got this $1,000 sphere. He looks very somber, a little morbid. Sitting on his lap is this very carefree boy with long golden curls, languidly holding onto some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book. That's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, painted this version of Spinoza excommunicated. He was a Jewish writer. He became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible. And he, in fact, essentially invented what would be called later biblical theism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza more than I can spend here, but in many ways he is an architect of modern philosophy. He was also exfoliated by the community who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of free legal demolition tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and dress proper. And they regarded it with some hatred and fear. Whereas in this painting, you see his attitude of, well, sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza than anyone. He is indicative of the intellectual component of the Jewish community, but good or ill, depending on how you understand this stuff. It was a place of tremendous activity, tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of thinking. You may recognize this from this piece from the Amsterdam Agenda, which is a landmark in that's popular and great. It's illustrated that Agenda used on hundreds of thousands of Jewish people during Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yaakov, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Abraham Bar Yaakov decided at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism, and became a very important master puppet engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that comprise the Jewish primarily expensive was available for free. This strike was, as you might imagine, which was their go-to tool for controlling this net, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, only one of example, and all of them to memorialize that general strike. It shows Leo's so things like that, which, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger of how Jews are. Remarkable diary, so he will publish, and in fact, Amsterdam had a with it after impact under the Holocaust that succeed to fly once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those who are on the call, who are able to join us, who wait today, see if there's something I can answer. Stacey M, thanks for letting us in. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asked about Spinoza's technically Christian, Christian practice of Judaism, Christians, which was the church. So it's been a was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? somewhere between those two. But the crown definitely stood to benefit from the property of the Italian Jews were also, they had a very great enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, there is a phenomenon that itself, unfortunately, in an abstract statement, there is what they call it. That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of the local population in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not as all simple to answer, particularly in short period like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitude towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equal, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis. It was very, very different. So your question requires far more attention than we should go here. Thank you. This recording was made available on the YouTube channel. Yeah, I put it on there. And Mr. Barrett asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or controversial. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there. We're discussing it. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. In fact, my research as I go through over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for this webinar, and we all have a good one. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately on an alias named David Coulier. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, as a Jew, and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, that is, a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society As Christians, they were no longer bound. Anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families' internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. That developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of communities there. Very expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese a few years later. He settled to the fascinating place, we've also in the past with culture through, but they're very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, actually outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese family had to start to flee Portugal in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's what we get to our individual local ideas. His father was Nunez Ramirez. Nunez is a very common name associated with these crypto Jewish families. He was a famous who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secret. We know this, by the way, because some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition. They kept transcripts of the tortures and the confessions. So we actually have this sad of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway. So frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Leopold, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Leopold, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats. As well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the big institutions who were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later organization, so very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal dramatic moment in his life, and he was 34 years old, and he was showing Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer slitting his throat. Miraculously, he he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely did not want to mess with Rodolfo Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on the whole episode. So recorded the 30s and then translated into Hebrew verse through a scroll, recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving very much involved. In fact, in this case, was knighted by the was made a formal knight, Caballero Current, still a great love for his. Now, was advised like that would be from Germany. Whatever you do, make sure you pay local Ramirez. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphan, this unfortunate child. So his 4-month-old daughter, who was hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts. Three claim some of that money for themselves, disdained by the Amsterdam Jewish community and the Mahamad, which is essentially a level short of Kara, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called the Amsterdam Jewish community used legally and Kara quite recently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spin himself, the possibility of
allowing local Ramirez to act with it. Set up there. He nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even though the synagogue there, but he told Ramirez he came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as he promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy them. Thank you very much for listening. They inherited some of these ideas. Some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with old regime, doing them as the oranges, and eventually the authorities are not those were 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it the top 10 of Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the queen, which is some of the very profound cases in the next version of the video.
Look at this athleticism.
1796, September, the Jews there, 1798, a Jew was the public office. There's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertante wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah. The Kehillah was the Kehillah then usually property holders the right to elect tribes expand
Unprecedented.
which leaders are chosen. Traditional leadership really did want to make that change. And even though the Sabian was establishing a lot of these progressive values, they really did want to get and they this kind of herring or that kind of herring kiddish, and they break away and set up a the traditional European way. You had no separation, an evil kind of structure, and this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, about 50 years later, when Rabbi Samson was in that city. So this actually proceeded by the members of the old Kehillah, the new Kehillah, and the congregation, which is going. So it was much smaller than largely, but it was certainly worth more between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published Yiddish language pamphlets where they attack each other. New community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community, for example, published they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were used. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah
back and say here's one of the most bold of the changes, however, was that United said that they would adopt the Sephardic and for example, Gaza never was of the custom. So we all measured and said, what he said, that some cases in leadership positions. Back to our main topic, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger. So Ger, of course, typically here is actually a artistic representation of the age of 1807. This comes from Mr. Ove Eshley Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of the artificial wig that Sarah Yitzchak, who wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars on which the world stands.
The street's got fucking geniuses over there. So one guy's gonna be like just down like I told you it was a good idea. That's my
Business-minded people and investors for other markets and people. I'm glad you joined us for today's episode. Greg is an investigative journalist with the Wall Street Journal. He is also the author of 5 other books, The Greatest Trade Ever, and his newest book titled A Shot to Save the World, the inside story of the life or death rate for COVID-19 vaccine. Energy business in 2021. The current among investors. So, no further ado. Joining us today.
that's been mine. All endurance. You're talking about transformed from one gas period and oil and gas to right now. And it's the only place where you can one of the ways that things work and sometimes absurd to me. So we prove that this basically this is a place that is more ultimately lay out their children. Jacob, the character, the name Abraham, and his
that story and tell it to the world. We kind of talked about this prior to the show. You enjoy getting into the lives of people and kind of telling their story. And I mean, you have some really big characters. I have to assume that meeting George Mitchell or talking with his family was quite an interesting story. Thing on craft, he was business progressed and even geography because I mean he'd been there since 19. Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story. So he was like, not that much, and I got to sit down with George, and it's a real privilege, obviously, the father or the grandfather of the French Revolution. But as a writer, you want Saba. Came over. Great grandfather got off the boat at Ellis Island. They said, "What's your name?" And he said, "Rothschild." And they're like, "Yeah, we can't spell that." Similar we all are, and that was like creating heritage. Yeah, and George, when you lay out your story, it's really George. Especially they were knowing business family, just the fact that he was charitable pledges, embarrassing. I just love that. that will never be energy dependent. And for oil. Two, we have the world's greatest climate. I still have to make the facts stand my parents are in 1973. Which essentially is the era of the thing is, I was back no way out. President who was an oil man and suggesting kind of revolution. It was just sort of conventional running out of oil and gas in the United States. And then exporting gas and oil. Exporting crude to the Saudis. So it's a crazy concept now. It's this idea, in effect, import natural gas under the heading of we don't have enough here in the United States. Could you kind of teach our listeners? Exercise that you said we can actually have 12 for now. They're out. He's kind of sick and tired of traditional leadership really want to make that change around the time. Also, all the money going elsewhere, shared economy. Not enough is going to oil and gas. Said, maybe I can oil and gas. Gas in the United States, because all the experts say we're running out of gas, so maybe we should be importing oil and gas. We should build these huge plants in Louisiana to import natural gas, and here we are. And all of a sudden, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. They have a solution. So, Tracy Reagan should never in trouble. Nice. Said, all right, we're done here. I'm going to move on. Instead of written down, they're like, yeah, it's want to give it a shot, try it. '99-2000 period was kind of a sense individual. I mean, looking, I'm kind of cheating ahead on this, but a lot of the parallels of men seem like they're kind of ringing in our ears now, and I don't know if that's something you kind of parallel with today. Banks from investors, and frankly, there's been a change on the part. So, Harold Hams, figure that we haven't talked much about so far. Who was obviously, ends up getting in the drilling and fracking oil business. But he does have
third radical thing we have in account was there are all these gas for power hour extra things.
starting as low as you can get.
Kind of like generic sediment from oil tankers that are composed of those trucks. Never there. Breaking down the barriers that degrade sediment from these tankers. And frankly, for years, oil business. All right, I don't want to party anymore. I want to have some also swell to these oil guys. He said, I want to be like that. Their brains, these guys on the same level. One of the most exploration was needed. Some money. And starting fresh, starting new. This concept is not story where let's get back to limestone there. That area goes to Dakota, Montana. They thought it might build a lot of oil. And all the experts said, no, it's too tired. We went up there. And besides the fact that they got on the block, when other people go ahead, all the Exxon majors, they give it up in America. They were offshore, they were in Africa, they were in Asia. They weren't
these sorts of like,
Yeah, so Harold is really kind of the central character in the story. As I felt as a reader, and he kind of, back to the cycles of this. He sold his drilling business. I think you said your book, it was in 1982 for like $30 million. So he had made good money early on, and then a lot of these characters had to walk through the crisis that Oklahoma had with Penn Square, failing. And interesting, Greg, I've been to Penn Square just by random circumstance. Was that Penn Square discussion for these Oklahoma people? Was that as big of a tipping point in the local economy and the industry as your book led on to be?
Oh, it was huge. I'm talking better. Hearing stories about that period, and frankly, there are these people there, generally, they've got recycled outsiders don't appreciate the resilience and the ability to handle some of these ups and downs. So, we press is right about the latest downturn, such as difficulties right now. And I'm not saying it's not difficult, challenging, and it is. But when I talk to veterans, they say, Greg, we've gone through so much in this industry these decades. There are so many ups and downs. They never get too high, they never get too low. This is a trademark of these industry. The veterans say, through it all, and they all alone in life in some ways. They live some other industries, not buying, sometimes they buy their social minor kind of things. That's sort of my hand. When they make a lot of money, they save it. I'm not saying they don't enjoy themselves as well, but they save a little more because they go right around the fence with some challenges. It's an upscale volatility that a lot of people could handle. But when you're talking veterans, they sort of they know it's a lie. It's a volatile industry, and they're prepared for that.
Yeah, you pointed out in your book that oil went from $36 in 1981 to $15 in 1986. I know the late Boone Pickens had put a quote on the front of your book. But that was kind of a Boone Pickens era. I know your book didn't talk a lot about that, but in many ways, the people that survived that were really the seeds of your book, because that's who got to finally build the energy independence at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Survivors have the capital, they have experience and the knowledge, and I think you can say the same thing today. Those are the experience, period, as well. And the downturn right around then, there's also another upturn, and it's a lot. I think it's technological innovation in this industry. So people in the media, and I talk about my brethren here, when we think of Silicon Valley when it comes to American technological innovation, you don't think of the oil and gas industry. And that's just so wrong. Horizontal drilling, that's never happened all the way. About fracking, about horizontal drilling, which is important. And to go from high level, I think it's about a judge. Fracking, that was more nowadays. We've that since then. That's so innovative. And people don't understand the average person doesn't understand creativity and straight into technological revolution as well.
So you kind of get into some of the interesting history of the idea of breaking up rock. You talk about Civil War situations and others that kind of created some of these original ideas. Why do you think that fracking and horizontal drilling took so long to catch on? Was it just the unique geographies that people ran into, or was it just stupid thinking in the industry itself?
It's a combination of two things. First of all, it's very expensive, so you need high oil and gas prices to justify investing. So, listen,
vaccine companies, how health is effective vaccines to save the world. Companies just as likely as potential arms companies helping Moderna, Cambridge, we don't care much about it. There are a lot of similarities, believe it or not. So mRNA is an approach that everyone said, yeah, maybe it could work, but probably not. And there were some stubborn scientists that ignored the conventional wisdom.
Hello, fellas.
Exactly what happened here. People said, yeah, vaccine might work. Failed, yeah, it's an interesting product.
Production of it in a black and
God,
white
all that all gas, but don't waste your time on it. And it took
And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually found the National Defense website, which is blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Preston. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look into it and a little bit about other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Preston, but actually Preston was his given name and Abraham was his father's name. This is a typical way of
Yeah, so
handling
there's
that
this
in the 14th
interaction,
century. Many Jews of
like you said, it
religion
takes a lot of capital to crack and do these exercises and techniques. And so there's this constant interaction in your book between the public markets and these companies. And that's enhanced by, like we said, the cycles, like the Penn Square situation. Mitchell, developing the woodlands is kind of a sideshow to his life.
So although Abraham
And selling out no one, and then you have Chesapeake, who went as low as $1 in '99. So I guess capital structure, time and time again, was really important for these people. I mean, your book kind of goes through the idea that some were good and some were bad, and some of the great ideas and could never make it. And that's exactly right. I talk about some occupation and others really is knowledge as much as George Mitchell.
So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically. Secondly, their long associated with international travel.
Just to
We
show
spoke
that
in
it
an
wasn't
earlier video
just
about the Latinite merchants in the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their flight. It's fascinating. And we have travel options like Benjamin Della, Tapia Bregas, and others who record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe. So with the combination of mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time. And they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is hanging about the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in
to your point about McClendon, if there was ever kind of a love child to Wall Street and the oil business, Aubrey, he seemed to be that. His family's background, he kind of lay out. So I'd love you to take a listen just through a little bit about Aubrey, because I mean, he maybe understood the public markets better than anybody.
such a fascinating guy. Sometimes I do something with which is along the same reaction. Go next year. Great characters. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John the First out of Italy, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since. It's not necessarily now available online as well in the bibliotheca. I was for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Fine is absolutely work on this in different places, including a website which when I discovered it, just filled with her fantastic article. Research articles that George mentioned. The atlas itself is made of 6 velvet. Zodiac sections to give you a sense of the original split after the both of which is your website. You'll see there's 4 ways in which this catalog is so miles ahead. So worlds ahead. That's all. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps out there. They're basically 2 ways of representing the world in a graphic format. Theological and philosophical type of representation of the world, like this map solved early, which century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. It's interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually navigating. On the other hand, you have maps like the line charts, are especially with latitude and longitude. It looks a lot more like what we would call a map. It's just like ancient places to rough distances. What was so amazing about the Catalan atlas is it really was something that became like not
cause issues.
yes, it shows you
I have to jump into
so
interesting
that's what
corporate
makes this
perspective.
different.
You talk about their headquarters. Layout, and then also what Ford and McLaren on some person. Just the higher it is.
First of all, even the modern day maps, as the way I'm sitting in that position, you would literally either turn the map around or I think there's probably lay it out on a big table and have these blocks on the table. There. Because sometimes it's material presented and decided up and down things like that. Center there, which is part of the whole political and economic information on Sutter's knowledge. It's a hard to come back and brought along so much. Africa to actually test the possible what kind of metallurgical products are developed.
Yeah, so to your point, it was persuasive, but obviously, back to our idea of between charismatic salesman and a big investors. At the end of the day, and kind of like that cropped up in my mind, point about visionary is what does this mean for away from a lot of this? Was it something that interested you, or is it something
It's like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are separated by that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center of where catering to his Christian patron. Here you have which is actually far but it's evident that the cartographer, the size of it, but nevertheless he tried whatever accounts of an element to represent properly. Now, he also represents the China. This is not long after Marco Polo. So he's relying principally on his limited information, like for example, Gog and Magog. You can see Antichrist is in Alexander the Great. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, represented all because this is writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art. But they work at the same time generally for 16 years, right? Like it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood, they're also not in Germany, but in Spain you did have, and integrative and maps also really strange Jewish slow, in particular the Bible
You personally as an investor because
which has described the Bible, I only like to see, this Colorado, various other
allowed us to have so much more freedom.
Reaction. If not, I really look forward to sharing some videos with you.
There's a lot of it about how cash flow emerged from the missionary characters in the companies, but I don't think that's changed. You had, in the following of Audrey McClendon and Tom Ward, how did you look at the consolidation of then? What's your take on those big consolidation periods? So, as an investor, it's really positive. As a writer, it's a negative one because the characters are there, like they're soft, but it's hard to it's harder to step up and be Nolan McClendon or Harold Ham and just persuade some backer to the targets formation. Everybody's kind of wrong over the injuries. I don't know what you're talking about. The show and American innovations that change things what emerge, frankly. You've got ideas for your audience. That's I love to hear about them. I love to write about them for the journal, but it's are and I guess the positive industry consolidation most successful and efficient will survive and for the future that is what should be. Yeah, no question. So since like I mentioned, I love books. We love books. I was really interested in reading through your story. What your what work did you go to originally to get more background? Obviously, you were interviewing a lot of people like Ann, like Mitchell, etc. Were there other books that you went to get a really good background in this industry? Yeah, I kind of read myself into it. Obviously, all of your tragic story, but it illustrates really how Mitchell's soul road. It's kind of an obscure book. I don't find it published, but a lot of technical stuff, but really helpful. That was helpful. But frankly, I just want to talk to a lot of awesome terrorists who work on the Mitchell in the 17th century. It would be helpful. And also, I think some of the people that the writers, so I was going to check that out. But anyway, the events that I'm describing today are more willing to share and to understand also interested in Portuguese. What do they do essentially? Careers on that travel the country, the gorgeous little it's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was
vaccines. Dutch, forgive me, Dutch is not that great. The hardware, just don't have it on each other, and I've had that on Germany, and I'm so great. And they make their way into Portugal. And so much in Portugal where they thought they would be safe at least for a while, they were all forced. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, a strong Jewish identity. Because they
you talked about Mark Papa, in 2007, here we are in Phoenix, Arizona, at our company, and within 15 minutes, as our office, he's sitting there telling all the executives that we got to get out of the gas, we got to move to oil, there's way too there. So, I think about the pivots and the evolution of the history. Here we are. Is there a company? Is there a person? Or is there they were doing it well. They went to this country in Arizona to celebrate natural gas. And this was around an uprising.
Usually allied primarily. And so they're driving and celebrating and hold on a second. They are also astronauts. And also the Portuguese shifting Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major. But back then, article is well. Scholars who specialize in scholarship. I think partially because of the fact that he published George Severe and other. He was the secretary of the Dutch synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Church Association. His perseverance and dialogue, his ability to pursue.
So, Greg, is there anything in your book that we didn't touch on, or that, like I said, as we step forward to 2021, that you think that hasn't been said?
Based largely on archival sources that access scholars already saw. He was also a Dutch sage historian in happier times at a wedding. I believe that's his daughter on the right. So that they photo of kids on Pat Third from the right. Sort of right. And here he is standing in the center of his photograph in the United States. Jewish Dutch soldier. Most of his life, however, was tragic. She was so indebted to many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for her 70th birthday. But in February 1941, that's kind of like established. You want to think that really works. That's the solution is that they would go cavity, and they would take over the existing infrastructure, primarily acting administrative stuff. Others, however, I believe like
energy business. And it's really tempting to use the people in the listeners of the podcast that get that.
There was also these huge fires by the South across the site, shop at speed.
A podcast brought to you by Speed Capital Management. You can learn more about Speed Capital Management and its products at speedcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
People's speech, gossip, and claim. For example, want that to happen, but it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen. Whereas the other Amsterdam resident of Romans got all rabbis and cantors had this Dutch language, which you might think modern where most Jews specifically what happens is that they have a new cousin. Very small man, very charismatic, and as a cousin, he had a children. innovation did it beforehand, but what exactly did he use? The Dutch started using a singular and a plus. So apparently what he was doing, he was actually leading the prayers.
Countries. So Trump had imposed a 25% tax on Canada and Mexico, which have now been paused. But as an example, say you had a product that was worth $4, that would result in a $1 additional charge. So total product was $5. President Trump repeatedly said that time and time again, is that no, it's not necessarily in business typically pays that extra charge. However, many economists have warned that these high American Trump administration.
Are they actually great or are they
Trump's research proposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He said it was largely because those those have made the increase security. So can this be seen as a big win for the tariffs? In some ways, this is work. He showed in some ways the kind of the art of negotiating a deal. Because, as you say, Canada and Mexico did seem to Trump's demands when it came to adding extra security. But there's also the US trading on the two in some ways, and many experts have said that you don't necessarily with tariffs to get some of those things done. And it also does cause concern and uncertainty about tit for tat and the escalation of the global trade war as well. And that's what many experts and economists have been warning of the dangers of this. The biggest target of Trump's tariffs so far, though, is China. Economists are worried trade
and a special thank you to you and the center of the boss who sings so beautifully. And now you're both the other camp and vice versa. And it's gone way out of hand so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Lee Scotty, imposed a fine on 200 rights dollars. And anyone who started trouble during Mishra should be ejected from treason. That's something to work for a little while. But then after Rabbi Lee they appointed a 1708 Sabbath. Holiday.
China responded with tariffs on the country to attack way. Have a look back. And 25% in some cases. Also, United States Trade Organization. So cultural products, effective farmers. So a range of tools Similar attitudes, not just terrorist, but also measures to try and harm. Now, although this trade war has been simmering on China's institutions. So some of the biggest tariffs are going to be on electronics, toys, and appliances. Consumer electronics being one of the top imported laptops, and China is also a major supplier of home appliances as well. And also work products also being pushed into the tariffs from China are actually seen as not such an aggressive approach to 10% level taxes on US coal and LNG, 10% charge on crude oil, as well as fuel tariffs also start to tax some large cars, and they also announced some non-tariff rules and an anti-monopoly investigation into that tech giant. China's
great cities that would be massive commercial activity. So in order to do this, work together to create others, which are the regions that land, they have to maintain the dikes, they have to build mills, and there's an extensive amount of and this created a kind of an attitude of diversity. We're going to have to build a lot more technology bigger than they can actually achieve this especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation in Europe, they looked for these kind of
China was prepared, was expecting this.
here in America, where Jews are among those who are going out to the Wild West. Yourself. And that's
also to a certain extent, in many ways, which China is hurt that the tariffs in a way
I got a great idea called business that will tolerate different economics that flourish. I could actually trace this matter throughout the Jewish history right up to the 20th century. So unlike France, which has like a great period of a laboratory of ideas, Egyptian
Western cultures, so perhaps persuade China to also struggle with diversity.
And they didn't automatically adopt the same concept. And here, Benedict Spinoza. We'll focus on that a little bit. But for now, let's just set the
So that's transactional. We constantly trying to trade.
Dumping varies the price of these higher tariffs, even if the companies initially pay for the tariff. There's a lot of pressure on margins for companies as their costs rise, and ultimately the consumer, in some ways, two ways that President Donald Trump had, which was to keep the cost of living, and then there's also the use of the monetary policy side, and it means that their interest rate policy would be impacting mortgage rates and how that could impact the economy and economic growth.
Ultimately, we've got President Trump and all of them together to frequency bend and all given
bringing together different groups. So
there would be some
values.
definitely trying to
That means economists without you, especially after not even as a whole, but in last word, but his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at his early indicators of shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because it's a lot of how state should relate. This came about the
China's just
he asked Martin Sir formulated the response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important whole. Way in which this was most producers Philip
so we haven't seen
he said, given modern scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written
Canadian
to really understand how to deal with the Jews by the doctrine
in
of
a way
witness.
which makes it then difficult
Idea that was
to
shaped
back
by
down
Augustine
and do some deal
in
with
the 4th century that
English
charges and after the Black Death of the 14th century where Jews were divided, including in Strasbourg. Rousseau himself was acting go back to that kind of before, folks were maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will economic benefit. We can especially tax petition that given to him some mysterious.
Get any pizza with any tops for just $9.99 online. Try the Domino's Spiral Pizza or invent a new one.
Seven
This is the BBC World Society Diamond
Jews should be allowed to be economically, as long as they're not
first state of the US has made that claim a reality starting with high tariffs of 25%. Canadian Prime Minister says the country is facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes.
Jamaicans,
Sovereignty.
secondly, and they'll be subject to laws of how commerce is done. They should be held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be if it was under the state, interest rate was this is one that's not sure. This definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in low numbers. That they should be forced to go to mandatory service. This is something we can inspire a week religion and Christianity often promoted by previous kind of thing. Number 7, that they should not argue about also appears to be this would say that in the new environment, now that Protestants are making we should accept these Protestant faith. At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how we have kind of a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on, Jesus Christus Christians because Catholicism change of heart.
Canada's had for a very long time. Instead, respect the rule of law, respect the international order, respect
This was a question
I think all the nations were secondly, Jews are misunderstood about what's going on, what happens to Mexico and Canada. Might help them with Donald Trump. At the end of the day, we should realize that something from now can build on that and try to present common front. From and try to retaliate in favor of monarchy. It's always said that recognition for Canada and it has been shown with Charles III
So maybe we
in
have
Canada and when I was monarchy,
very
to say something about for an official visit,
raise out
surprised by Canadians in general were surprised by some
second, they're only allowed to supply businesses that are they are understood to be. So therefore we've got the synagogue. This sounds a little bit like the doctrine of Jews may continue worship, but they
so I think you are going to see
a third
effort
of this one.
across countries.
Those Jews may argue with the Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed.
The second thing is, look, the ballot question is election.
You know, there's a concern that in Christians that discuss these things.
Yeah, it's nice for
They
world
might
leaders to
have
stand up for us, for sure, but at the end of the day, we got to stand up for ourselves, for our interests and experiences, and that's the ballot question.
Finally, same thing as we saw very recently.
Petitions saying
Jews
you want someone who's got experience, who's got have the
So
serious leadership we need
the
this.
Catholic advice begins with a really strong religious intention. What you would call it. The petition started with the economics, and later added the religion. The Catholic advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have three additional rules. One, this rule must be banned from finance, basically commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of finance. Jews continue to lend money to farmers supervised by the state. Second,
United States.
Jews
And with the challenges that we are now facing, Canada had significant challenges with war tariffs,
wearisome,
and by the tariff threat that we face. We had
jobs are
some
subordinated.
more self-reliance, and also those relationships. So much more chaotic. From this, because
Some stuff I should sell saying this like pretty harsh. It's just way too harsh. And he rejected the Catholic. He would say evil borrowing. So that's just way too much. Remember, there's
are loyal because they know they will to the should fight for the matchup. Now, Shep wins closer primarily because he was also very strong ruler. By the way, the dad. Woodcut that during Philip's apparently brought shows on the right third, and he's issuing a bill to peasants. Literally, essentially what he's saying. This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out. But there's an interesting kind of codice that we should mention. The Jews kind of dodged the bullet because Philip did not approve his castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of personal because what happened was personal that Philip was married to Christine in fact to establish relations. I think it's an indication that after a while, he actually went to revolution for this relationship. But Protestant changes right away. My Bible record. As well, which is performed for you. And Philip went on to have 9 kids with it's much more complicated than it is here. And that group so thankfully that objective is to join local coalitions that Europe would place on in a time of such international to the U.S. I prefer to have a conversation around Europeans and has to do with the future of Canada nation. At 17 years old, he ourselves actually a copper and he ends up becoming a all-around kind of intellectual. Poetry got very involved with politics and asked the words, strands out of the lines, like my country speaking, stand up for one another, the synod on the freedom of conscience. It was all dedicated to Spain, debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before they came to the Khazarians. about their respective views. Why there's
now progressive European governments that they are with Donald Trump and his administration. Obviously, there's challenges there. Some kind of way that Canada
goes on to say, for example,
what really matters is today that it may sound like well, I'm not the only one that, but because that's the Rothschild has made it right. Also, I have no needs to rearm straight up his defense. In 1964, 1980. Thanks for that question. Listen, there is, I think, probably a little bit on. One is the idea of the nuclear. There's a rational actors, and right now I have to say we don't have rational actors that we're working with.
The center of this
Government has been actual. Also, the current government has drawn significant advancements. Defense and military spending. We have significant recruitment and retention. Canada mature industry.
research and there's some videos.
No question. The fact is that I was in Brussels last February taking part in the outside. So they know when be there.
How long? Most of the earliest data that we have primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning there's a reference to a castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle. Really, it's documentation that we have dates, basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions. Like that. That was published at great length, almost a small book. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then came up to his fascinating literature. And he published it in a very prestigious journal that he did the Jewish Studies in the years 1880. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des Instituts de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique. Like he is a honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library. We found a lot of really interesting things, like for example this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's structural. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Senora Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal, I could not find an actual photo of the seal. Let's take a question. Is 1983 article. In the center of the seal, there it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with pails, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat. That was mandated after 1215, and then surrounding the seal, looking from like say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise. And then there is an abbreviation, Yoel, in a strange word, which he translates as Jacob. And the abbreviation enters as son of the and Yoel, which would be the son of his father's name. When we figure out the dates, this document is from 1378 to nice. Place name, surname that might have been used by the family. Why would he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr? Something died of because there were a lot of green rampages because this is Black Death, 1347 to about. So it could be that his father was martyred in anti-Semitic attacks. These are the kinds of really things that the schools are really found for us. We're going to look at one right out of here. Just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in T-Man, also known as
So visceral when you describe what I was talking to my illustrates how
apparently hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapter or
technology and innovation and substance. Support for energy producers, emissions reductions technologies. National Laboratory produces clean energy in Canada, really positioned the country as a leader in this space. But will provide us so this strange word stone. This must be the very interesting thing. The word appears to be masculine, doesn't end as a feminine when it should really be as an achat with a top. So that's interesting. Why would there be really obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community high enough that they have
Malaysia is the BBC World Service. This multi-ethnic multiracial has gone from rural poverty to urban affluence in 2 generations, China and the US. But as they clash, which way will it turn?
It's on the Rosh Barat, and it, the stone, which is now, of course, stands at the head of
This Southeast Asian nation is divided into east and west by the South China Sea. It's an heir to immigration from India and China and beyond. But it's a country where Islam is dominant and freedom of worship is guaranteed by the Constitution. Modernity has come at a rush to Malaysia. Growth has brought many questions. How to distribute the riches? Great powers of China and the US said of Malaysia, we have to emerge as a mature democracy. As of now, there are still some subjects which are for us to address directly. Party and Deputy Minister. Patricia Young is Associate Professor Rashidi Sonia, Head of the Gender Studies Program at the University of Malaysia. She is an anthropologist specializing in the lives of marginalized people in East Malaysia, where she comes from. Your Let's go. So our first question comes from
Najah, my question is, as we can observe now, most bosses in Malaysian media corporations are men. Where are the women? Is it because we're too emotional? Men get emotional too, so what are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm delighted to say the director of news at BBC is a woman, although the director is around 14% of seats in Parliament here in Malaysia are held by women, and women have a much lower workforce participation rate. She is obvious in gender studies. Well, I'm sorry.
It started there, and thanks so much for that question, Nora. I mean, I was waiting for it. Fair enough. I mean, this obviously is a conversation we have all the time, right? Where are the women, right? I also understand what the reality is. The reality is you got to your second job here on your online job, so on and so forth, and the triple burden of living just consumes you. And this is why we can't get 30%, which by the way, the moment you put that
maybe the opportunities in certain sectors are actually politics. Some of the reason they give, especially in rural areas, if you feel that this might be lower than the real candidates. So this might be to your message that women and female and male politicians are accepting men. Hello, students of Jewish
So I think that high barriers for women to enter politics. The political culture is really not something that in Malaysia specifically that women can actually endear themselves to. And taking care of the the cost of politics is very high. Campaigning costs are very hard to take care of. They don't come back to work. I'm very proud to say that I have a strong support system. So thank you to my husband for
According to Samuel,
because like Tricia said,
that is Jews who had living as get out of there.
He's fine. He went to a very good support system, and I think my husband and my family
Like,
in fact, he's the one who
a subject
the
of this
women
very
will have
good woman who actually declared a worldwide boycott
they were
on shipping lanes in the West.
of
The Antwerp to get out of Portugal against
and we
the
have always
pressure increase on Antwerp, and they
actually
eventually had to
recently
crack
in
down.
the Congress
A
we
lot of
achieved
Jews were using this as
42%
a way station.
Thank you very much.
Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who illegally
You want to do it?
No, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just want to say this. I
under
understand
Austrian
Trisha,
rule, which began in
Senator,
70s.
coming in here and really, making it important to point out the places in which men have supported them. But herein lies the problem for me. We constantly go segregatory language is very minimal participation of men. We constantly amplify the places, and I'm sorry, man, we over amplify the places in which you do this much. What you need to be is an ally. What you need to understand is that if you're talking about equality, it's literally that. And so it's not about thank you very much, man, for doing this amount. It is. Come on, man, you can do more. That's the position I want to take. Sorry, yes.
Tracks the displacement of Jews from the tail of settlement. Not only of Jews, but also various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans around the time of 1881 to 1970. European continent,
I feel we need
or they
policies
make them
for embracing
in
that men only step up.
Other thoughts on this?
That's with politics right now. I mean, not as the one follow your personal politics. So I think the thing I feel is just that across the whole yeah, I just want to
citizens.
statement that women
So a large scale flight of weight
Lady just there.
has been, and I tend to agree with the lady from this is also a woman, very powerful. So I don't think it's a problem about getting women into the workforce. And I feel that with affirmative policies, affirmative action
actually Jewish that came children to Holocaust calculates to less than other countries prior to the war.
So my
However,
question is, what are your thoughts on the top 20 bands? We got 3 bands in Malaysia.
Just a little bit of statistics about some of the richest 10% in Malaysia, take 38
highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Europe attend Jewish schools, which is remarkable. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews who are very vibrant. About 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools. So, really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It's great that you could join us in this news, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this.
So, until and unless those kept being addressed, we will always face these issues of class war between those who have and those who have not. Yeah? And thank God, I mean, for the past 50 years at least, the government, let me go to the Parliamentary government, they have managed to at least reduce those gaps through the new economic policy. It might not be perfect, but at least it worked to a certain extent because I'm one of the recipients of those policies. The new economic policy, the economy is not static. Things have changed. We have new challenges ahead, and definitely those gaps have been. Why not?
As I was doing my research for the upcoming ocean physical cruises, I came into territories not occupied is they immediately rely on an organization called the Rothschild. Of people who had grants the Nazis had. There was confiscation. What happened was the Nazis set up these to come in. His wife, and later there began the war broke out. And his employment at that time was that he was which served as a collection.
that I
very
think
good relations
it's not
with
brought
the
into conversation is
Nazis.
education. They're going to get married and have start a family.
He worked
But
together
now
with
I'm also
autonomous
thinking of my
Felix
parents. Your
Halberstadt in
sandwich
the theater,
needs to,
such that when
really the same
survived by
conversations we're
Teachers
having
College.
about,
Teachers College was
class
run by
difference, which really is also about
and
elitism.
from
Is that
there,
the
they would be
elites
taken
and the
away
people at the top can
whatever
have 5
they
kids,
could.
and I
Small
can have
children
a
were
cat.
taken in backpacks and shopping bags and shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. About 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the press, kingdom, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance when they called it this. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family did not survive the war. Like many members of the Urat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just last on the list. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife the best divorce, tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation. They had this over Susskind has no plans whatsoever. They were later deported to Rabbstadt and Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter October 25th, 1944. Although he survived, they were killed. Susskind itself would eventually die. The death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back.
Put the minority on the spot. That's
After
why
the
you
war, of course,
thank you for that question. I think it's safe to say that there was a person
as
on
a
this panel
memorial to
who
the
is
way
like
that she
you,
was
a
literally a
biracial,
witch from
maybe
death
more than
to life.
biracial. That is often sort of talk about identity, country, boils down to a very important national word, tolerance. I've heard this word since I was a child. There's this thing, tolerate. Yeah? I have a huge problem with that. I tell my students this all the time. Would you tell your girlfriend, I say this as a person who has an Indian father and indigenous mother who was born plus size, right? And a lot to be said about this because I constantly have to mask. So I think, on a global level, we want to talk about identity as a way where it's celebratory, there's a kind of a happiness about reclaiming your agency and constantly feeling so afraid of,
I've been surveyed.
I'll start by saying that more than 10 years ago,
Was his years are 16, 15, and 16. One of those amazing group of youth who had made their way from Algeria
it's a process
to
to make people
Amsterdam as his
understand
family
that it's
lived.
not,
And he
it's
did
not right.
amazing, phenomenal things
It's
there, specifically in his literary work and in
but it's
analysis
because
of
it
the stock market.
so
So before he
if a
got
Malay
back, let's just
gets
have
a
a quick look at the
tax
status
down
of the
on my
economy in Amsterdam
what
in
about
the
the
17th century.
Indians?
A lot of the
Enjoy the same
Americans, also
benefits.
the Far East
So
as well.
it
So was it this map of the translation? Better flash
so I think
kindred countries, these are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and held on connection with local economies and a lot of import and export funds. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition was new economic niches, market or it was the market what was later
let's address it by Article 153. The federal constitution
and also
provides
in
for a special position.
the northern
So I think a lot
part
of
of South
people,
America and
including
also think that the local
And
governor
we have
is
Thursday
here.
and
He's
for
weird. I
racial
know, but I
riot.
think it's
So
just
my point is that
coincidental.
that has
Of course, forever. Which would be very significant as well. The stock exchange really got going in 74. About 18% of all of the activity there was involving very given the fact that their population here's an image of the stock exchange from 1970. Right. Now that brings us to
so thank you everyone.
find its way back to
Sorry,
open
that you are able to take some of those comments back to you.
many Jews, descendants of Jews, who have been forcibly converted in 1391. Thank you very much. Specifically, they're openly accepted in Christianity without fear. There's also no extreme charitable individual giving out some 8,000 euros, which the private must be very wealthy. And his son Jose was born in 1660. Published in 68. Book describing how the stock exchange works. It's actually retained a lot of work. It has involving fastidious philosophers, including merchants and that thing. It's very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer and descriptions of life really quite interesting. He includes, for example, basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value present day. A lot of people would say that, and this is what it's all about, gives it to you first. The first rule of speculation is never advise to buy or sell share. That doesn't sound so much like an idea, it's more of like a friendships with your brother or things like that. But don't give it. He goes on to say that basically, things go up and down. You don't want to give people bad advice and then give them second rule, accept both your profit and regrets. Meaning, don't be awful kind of feel, oh, I should have, bought that when it was things like that. I should have sold it for a trash. There's no financial analysis. But anyways, the third rule, and Royce, I think, is the first rule. Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure.
mainly influenced by that are happening on the local scale. We get most of the education from not right? And is of course this way of understanding the world in which if you don't read and you don't see your own agency and you don't stand up for what you believe in, then it's going to be very, if you're a trans person in this country, for example. And I think, I have to agree with Trisha, is that we have not created enough of this concept of safe
slowly because we are mostly we have a unity government. The sign of the matter is the prime minister is the most powerful person that could affect change that you want.
These are all countries.
The change that
Amsterdam, at least West Europeans it's fascinating to think that the coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow.
and when we talk about people expression, it's this what we are really doing. We're sending a very chilling message to say that we are slightly resentful.
migration, a lot of Malaysians are leaving the country because of the lack of expression. Migrating to Singapore, taking up citizenship in Singapore, going to the UK, Australia, because people are not able to express themselves freely. So if things aren't done sooner rather than later, the economy will be affected. Everything. Thank you very much, Madam.
No minor differences, but
In Malaysia, very controversial issues
but it
are very sensitive, and we are not allowed to talk about it publicly. We have racial sensitivity and especially religious sensitivities. I would love to have a discussion on the name of Smith about his religion, my religion. I mean, we just have a talk, but that is smart now because the laws in the country say proselytizing, something like that. It is illegal. It is, you can be imprisoned, you can disappear, you can be kidnapped for what is a preaching to Muslims. But we just want to start with dialogue because we can't talk about things that's sensitive. If we have to keep quiet, just tolerate the situation. It's never going to be solved again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to our last question. Okay, still the panel now. Okay, we'll be very strict about this. It comes from Sean. The question is, what can parties make promises that they often don't make promises? Can they go money, they can law to make political parties accountable for the promises? Thank you. I really do need short answers on this one. Well, I put the law to make political parties accountable. Yes or no? Well, I don't think the law is sufficient. I think it's enough. Why? I think experience of highly unlikely so we have learned our lesson not to overpromise things that we cannot deliver. Yeah, so I mean, if we fail to adhere to our promises, we will not find them. Okay, so does that make you just yeah?
That's what the political party manifesto is for. Make sure you study it. Make sure you keep your politicians and the parties accountable.
Thank you, citizen Business.
You're being government and being opposition is totally different, and understanding it from being from the opposition is very different perspective from understanding it from the government. So we've been more careful about all the rest of things. Thank you very much for that question. I come from Sabah. Thanks. No. Let me just finish that. I come from Sabah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. If there's any way to do it, stop voting along people who come from overseas. Stop voting for people along the money lines. Start voting for people who really need something from I'm Johnny Diamond. Thank you very much. Protesters are calling for snap elections, campaign cards of foreign influence on trying to destabilize this country. So, what next? This landlocked nation in Southeast Europe, Poland, Australia, stands at a political crossroads. First, there are strong-led protests of corruption or demonstrators claim it's a lack of democracy, and as the future direction of the country, Serbia wants to join the EU, continues to share strong ties with Russia, which way can the country turn? With these and some of the many questions received from around Serbia are Marko Juric, Minister of Foreign Affairs, filling up Serbian Progressive Party. Thank you for joining us, Minister. My pleasure. Thank you for everything from Otto Stefanovic, Deputy President of the Opposition Freedom and Justice Party. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for having me. Dallas Villages and journalists on the BBC and B92 Radio. Thanks to you too, thanks. It's good to be here again.
And Philip Milonovic is a research fellow at the
Now we're having a deeply Jewish moment here. We just stopped on the street in front of the synagogue,
Now let's go straight to our first question.
which had a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure and the election in anticipation of their deportation or to the death camp. Two guys learning about Yomi, and then we started. Here, and it's like,
Various years of our life.
Hello, fellow students. Just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Ocean River Cruise. What I think is especially unusual that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and the other story, and you can see the forward gates built. Something has been wrong as a it's actually first of all, let's just see here exactly what here's the sign map of Europe. Located justice. Continental side of the channel go down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, but some great experiences. Here's I also very important. And then we made this little place called Silver. Be a major player in this story. Then after the trip, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam, city, and you can see there's a main road, some really old core, and then towards the Blair Beach, there is something that says, hey, Israel, but to the left is the home of the other house, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It's about what Jews believe and what they do with synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Heronstraat, the entrance is on the south of the Waterstraat. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building, that kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here, and we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This Unfortunately, for the context of World War II, the entire town of Middleburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. when the Allies reconquered the region in the context of fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed. And by the time the conflict was over, you could see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the urban space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary people stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically, by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior. This is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Rothschild. Shown here is David Lawrence of Portugal in his remarkable home theater, which is just a few kilometers away from Middleburg. There's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Rossi's home. By the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that, and put several articles of his already in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But it's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg, and now it is a fully functional synagogue. So this is just an example of amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher River Books done. We invited Alan Ross and Ruth Smith, very important person in the community, to join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night to deal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So a video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you.
Almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in London. Only some Jews came back from the French and the synagogue was damaged. But after 50 years after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in London. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them open other destinations. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a finished work. But the synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a new synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
Let's just recap. We have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that was destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, "You know what? It's not right. We've got to rebuild it." He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
Churches of Middleburg, the city council of Middleburg, the more authorities,
they raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance. And then we were very fortunate to hear the first story of whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, posing as a Christian. The time when the war was over, her marriage, and she raised her afterwards as Christians back. One of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minion.
Judiciary is not independent, just like everything else that should be public is independent. And of course, Mr. Jurich mentioned the late socialist era and the traces, and this is really fun. The traces of corruption in contemporary Serbia date back to the late socialists. The problem of contemporary Serbia is that contemporary Serbia came up on the restoration parts of socialism. And it's actually in the years when Mr. Vučić in the 1990s was part of the criminal organization called Serbia corruption dates back to the 1990s. It was when you were in power, not seriously to be taken. It's pretty obvious. I'm trying to tackle you allow me just a few seconds. What he just said, because it's not amusing at all. I think it's quite disturbing.
We have celebrating Rosh Hashanah. We celebrate it. So it is a and then the synagogue started to rebuild.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they're bringing rabbis from neighboring communities.
I learned and back, and I said, when I changed the size, if you go to shul, I go anyway. So I did.
Children.
I'm trying to be somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it was mitzvahs, we celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, weddings there. It's so absolutely alive again.
Today it was, I was crying about bicycles there. I never saw so many Jews in Middle.
place on Saturday while we were there. But amazing place. I'm so grateful. The opportunity to see this community resurrect.
So the question is why
We walked through the Red Sea, you know.
If successful, this movement in Serbia would be one of the rare movements which goes directly against the narrative of the president and would be actually run by its own people.
Can I just remind you of the question of why is Serbia still trying to join the European Union despite from the west towards Serbia?
I would say that it's a hostile attitude. Mr. Vučić is very good friends with North Korea. European representatives. Not people actually make decisions with Europe and European Union. And this is, I mean, in a strange way, Mr. Vučić succeeded in being very and all these countries
This is something that they have in common in particular with Christian Serbia. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous Providence map. It represents here the world that is transported globally, at the center of which, of course, is
Sorry for the interruption, but also getting back to the question. never recognized the independence of Kosovo. Well, the fourth term So let's go back to our questions. Johan, what do you make of those answers? Explain why you say the West is historical conservative. First of all, thank you for your answers. Second of all, I think that when countries are Serbia, because of their stance of Kosovo, they will come back to Kosovo. Exactly. And second of all, they are in the countries that the decreasing state of democracy. That's it for one question, Serbia. A big thank you to our panel and all the questions that contributed to this fascinating debate. And thank you for watching wherever you are in the world. I'm Alex This is BBC World Service. I'm Tony Dillon. Lucky country with so many decades to hold for generations. Questions from across Australia. Lots of questions. Let's get answers and the issues of power in the Labour government. Is a politician with the opposition Liberal Party. Until very recently, he was in the state of Victoria. Welcome to you, John. Senator Sarah Hanson Young has been a senator for South Australia since 2008, represents the Australian Greens. Hello, Sarah.
Wonderful to be here, thank you.
And we're joined by Alexandra Smith, state editor with the Sydney Morning Herald newspaper. Alexandra, hello.
Hello, great to be here.
Well, it's a fabulous lineup. Let's go straight to our first question. It comes from Adelaide in South Australia. Hi, Adelaide.
Johnny, my question is, we urgently require more housing. With the climate and the environment being
Thank you, Adelaide. How do we resolve the problem of housing needs and the environment? One of the biggest issues in Australia right now, housing is getting priced out of Sarah Hanson Young, that trade-off between environment and democracy.
South Australia. Yeah. That's a really good question.
When do you replace shipping away tens of thousands of building in our suburbs that already built up areas where we can make and making sure that we bring houses ceremonial arch. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as the center, even when it was destruction. Historically, we're not judged on this other Christian language, which is located in Jordan, it was actually discovered. It was a 4th or 6th century church there, and it was meant to guide Israel. And what's interesting about this map is we call the Madaba map. It's quite highly damaged, as you can see. Construction that went back over the centuries, but also because of the iconoclastic efforts of some of the Muslim conquerors who tried to remove any images of Christianity. This map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary map today, but towards the east. That is the map is if we're standing at the bottom at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward, and in fact one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And this sea here, Jerusalem, has been identified in the center of just like we saw of what it must have looked like in the 6th century. In fact, there's certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research. Right up until
We have to stop talking about entry to your own country. Around
So that's all three
a
sections.
town that has become a refuge. It's all about fun. My question is Australia has failed to celebrate despite First Nations. Aboriginal people in Australia have not just in Australia, but the world. Thank you very much.
Divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the American side. Everything changes. First with the returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately rebranded in the early 2000s, and the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy of the 1990s. Jerusalem remains a very difficult problem to solve in the context of local politics, but what is significant for our point of view is the fact that it is united with Israeli control, a very iconic story of the time when Jewish soldiers Western Wall remains remembered for the first time since it had been sealed out by Minister of Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a where some read it and then Maccabee rose up against them, drove them out, and first of all, we should understand that the Maccabean is essentially a civil war. It describes a fissure. This is a result of the political situation in which Greek dominance, that is Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 3. Yes, especially are the Seleucid Empire, which is occupied Central Asia, and Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what which they call Syria, because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the world occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role in this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire in 175 and 1 more. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were in Latin, which translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and fun it out with the regular people. And then he enjoyed feeling himself as being in back himself, have oil poured on him present. So, this is too much. You can't take us into the military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to dispute because
because the highest office that Jews could hope to see in Israel was the office of the high priest. There were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason, and then even more so under Menelaus, that who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such to back the Hellenized party first Jason and then rather than Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after humiliating military and political defeat, Antioch pressed his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as roots of the revolt were really the Jews themselves. And those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed that Greek had to be
in the local hospital, women could have their babies in the local hospital. There were midwives available, and specialists there.
History of the Maccabean revolt, which was a glorious national represents a high point in any of Jewish struggle for religious and political independence. But this source, which contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. Independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why doesn't the Talmud spend a lot more time about the holiday of Hanukkah? Like this, for example, it gets just a few pages really in tracking the context, specifically how to light the menorah. One of the biggest aspects of how you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah. But as another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean Jezebel with the rebels in the First Roman-Jewish War of the years 66 to 73. And then, when he was about to be captured, a great prominence in the Romans, and primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for first creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important work of as I just give you a couple of comments about his biography, he's somewhat away from Josephus whenever we want to study anything Jewish. But Josephus relies very on this one. The first book of this is an amazing account. Really existed in Greek. The probable Hebrew original has been lost. It was probably written by some of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved to the Bible of many Christians. It was a Catholic Bible, but it was not made a Hebrew Bible. Now, this book you think would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that it represented, and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of words. The first and second Book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what? This might not be the best thing to put as a base measure. But even though it was included in the Bible as formed $70,000 troops of the Hellenistic way of life and sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. An act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the heads to the hills, quite literally out of internal conflict here, that made it a low. Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that a reputation for ferocity and its strategic use to raid particular battle early on. Enemy commander's sword beat a 4 times the size of its own ragtag man. Looking for you with a knock and set the bit on fire so that when the Brewer contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that included use of war elephants. Absolutely unimaginable. It must be like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top of the elephant and then attack from above. Brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that himself might be in one of those war elephants. Elazar decided to attack the elephant from the which he did successfully. However, the elephant in his death throes fell upon him, crushed him. In this particular instance, by those celebrated in Christian art, because the Christians are reading the book of the Makkah. Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes particular. Let me take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, also has the element of some kind of porcelain like creature. In fact, it because apparently artists could not believe the death of Eliezer. But basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees, under Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little bit. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all Theophilus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to the worship of God. Let's recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication. Dedicating which is shown here in the arch version. Personally, I actually like the way we have it today. Holy thing of the Jews would be at the shulchan, the table, or the part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, miracle which seems to get such power. The earliest source that we have for the description is a writer that occurs on the tractate of Shabbat. The teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the writer very well, but that is essentially the place where you get the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a school of really fasting per se. Mainly was days in which fasting is not permitted, and Hanukkah is right. Today's story is actually not yet there. What is interesting of this, however, is that the U.S. time as well as date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. From a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things that I've had to admit to this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda HaNasi's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists. They really wanted to get rid of these destruction of amazing stories about the lengths to defend their religious values. Yehuda HaNasi's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, that is, under the economics and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that so low. We're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this picture here with me. Just could not. This is dated 1918, and kind and on the other hand, there is a general mandate to urge that under Hanukkah, there is the phrase in Hebrew read, and that phrase, etc., is the acronym of NAK. But on the other side, under Alavi, it says, and there will come to light the royal Messiah Goel. I don't know if the Jews in the Yishuv in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as warmly about Alavi and the British in particular. League of Nations mandate this British after the right maker and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is this in Greeks realize this local over whether or not is overstudies and ban your traditional practices observing of Shabbat. And I know you messed up your temple, you really before all this happened. And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom for the outside. Shabbat and with circumcision. Okay, so we have to pay taxes for something. So actually, the main supporters still the idea of a religious value. Once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo, and there's much more to say as political fallout of that. That's what happened. This year's put in another Kohen Gadol named Alton, who is actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus. They were prepared to manage with the Greeks and in many ways the end of the Maccabean result. Even Yehuda will press the issue further and there would be Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far, but let's just take a side route here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish tradition. Obviously, where all of this general scope of things, they had some access to Josephus. Hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees, so they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things. Counter-Reformation is the new century as a figure responding to religious needs. He is also seen as the 20th century as Swiss writer, a boxer. I think it's a pretty good précis of what you would have not been supposed to work. Talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah. Although, as we shall see, all my friends who totally psyched about Christmas, Santa Claus, presents, and I was just bummed out every week. It was really sad. Right out of a piece of a pine tree, and I found it under about 4 or 5 feet tall. I dragged it all the way home. Then it was taking a fall at the same time of year. You know, yeah, which means basically money, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even like actual currency. It was like chocolate coins. And so I gotta tell you, yeah, I've always been sort of bothered by it. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice. Over 300 years or so, and that is, by the way, 350 years or so. There was no explicit reference to give gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to my wife, for example, take Instagrams of giving their children every single night of 8 nights, which probably made me feel better when I was in literature, commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch, like for example, that suggest in the 8th century that charity that there is a custom America, because the first Jew as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America. So then you have this phenomenon where there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but that in the very commercial and enterprise called the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing, and so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have money. Let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah is that you need it for a gathering. Also, not such a thing that's big in the Jewish tradition. But the gathering is because the Jews as the legend would, in reality, they were actually studying. You get the idea, as the theory goes, of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish talk that is labeled with these four letters. Which read Neskadol Hayat Sham. That way, which is Neskadol Hayat Tov. That there's the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel. This is not a form of Jewish sword. It actually comes from a medieval game. It goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German couple is Ich, Aleph, Ganz, Stelmai, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. And if it lands on the S, you have to put more points. Does that sound familiar? Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in Jewish tradition that aim except the whole. There is no such thing as putting all these things are something made explicit by the great people that we are in the rest of their lives. People know in the liturgy regarding Hanukkah, there's a reference to Vayamin Lahem, but that's it. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time, and Rabbi Eliyahu Zetzler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil. And then we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago. And so it's not all I want. That the holiday of moving of assimilation, and that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim against the struggle we have today. So with that thought, we shall wish to the Hanukkah. cyberspace of the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yorkapata, which is where Josephus was housed. And yeah, Jewish expert. In other words, Josephus described the sort of provisional government that was set up. Vespasian Walsh it's so awful that zealots were based in Masada, which is tonight as a result of meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other. Vespasian takes his time and he locks up the neighborhood. There are several sea battles there. And there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role. Leaders left 25,000 rebels in the city who were fighting against four partnerships. On the map, Vespasian and his forces reached the outer wall in the south. They entered after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old style map, which is primary. They attacked the Antonia fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod, the very north area there on the center. The rebels actually managed to push away in June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city. Food supplies that could come. Let us not forget zealots in their zeal to decouple and actually going over their siege supplies. It's about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being replaced. Then he makes a second advance in late July.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Diamond, and welcome to World Questions. President Trump called it the 51st state of Britain to use economic force to make starting with high tariffs, significant crisis of our lifetimes, with its sovereignty questions from across this vast nation.
We actually get into the history of this first to understand political situation Israel had been under dominance, and Alexander conquered the region and then died 7 years later. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just try to understand the political circumstances. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided among his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which was in the occupied much of Central Asia. Why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what was based in Syria. Back and forth, so much of the 200 was barely subside and 64 of a mass and this guy means God made manifest, which is because he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin means sugar. Things like dress up as a commoner and go to the bathhouses and just try and sum it out with the regular people, and then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being in fact the emperor himself, and he would ask to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I talked about in the previous lectures. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. Your God, my God. Cards or something like that. The Lucas and the predecessor dynasties
parents, so they silence about what's going on, what happened to Mexico and Canada. Which is something that I've been Charles being of Canada, and there were major factions vying for it. Otherwise, would never have gotten involved in such. The second thing is, value is the same. Rather than experience and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice.
I don't think this kind comes to how they plan on managing of Trump and their friends to be realistic about what this does to his
military leader understood that asymmetrical nature of serious army of the 20th century. Simply could not sacrifice rather than sacrifice to a Greek god, which has been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice forces and forces supported it.
Another very important battle at Emmaus managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been at was a battle that involved did successfully, however, that rose. This particular, by the way, was separated in March. Let me just take a because there's just so fast. As you know, this particular example, Europeans who are describing this example, tension and anxiety that is nation and sovereignty. So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but after a series take back the ground, cleanse it of Torah, which is mental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century. Today, Stephen Stein of the University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to belong to this in the way we have it today. So how the Jews and Latin which would have been
really should be off the table. You know, our interests far more aligned right now, progressive European governments than they are with Donald Trump and administration. Obviously, there's geographic challenges there. But
none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21. The Baraita or Baraita is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature, the oral tradition is handed down, but it is not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbbi very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements and other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that was not really fast days per se. It mainly was days of which fasting was not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement of the written on it, but in my humble opinion, the most significant section right now, I have to say we don't have rational actors and with tremendous self-sacrifice, not put their own population at risk, which is the nature of economic returns. Like Eliezer, and I don't have that problem. And the other thing I think that we also should think about is that when we look at military spending, at the same time that we look at military spending, let's look at the evidence to security of the world better. More diplomacy. National development and your traditional practices observing Shabbat and nowhere. All this and you would have said no way. This is not to be. He was jealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish freedom for the utmost. Smothering his
its members against the foreign Denmark, Canada. One of our with the NATO
Although they were incensed at the idea of religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante. It's just that decisions, but ultimately that's what happened. This is put in another point that was actually and they were supposed to serve and there will be
reasonable with someone that needs
one of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the wars in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. The first off, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of
most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground throughout the 1930s, and this was actually the first time that Jews are actually seized or simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some claims to Kristallnacht, and specifically the pretext that the Nazi
started investing in
anniversary very nicely in the global flat as a major propaganda but living in Germany. Basically, Poland had a large number of Polish Jews in their territory. Germany retaliated by expelling them to a standoff that lasted actually several weeks. There region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Rinchman, who was a student at the time, received a postcard from who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day. He bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man. Johannes von Velt instead shot von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official. So incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. Plans every Monday for his killing. Political actions with immigration from here in destruction was the Sherman Highway. The Sherman Highway, also known as the Rothschild, to their status in 1934 in the night of long night, Hitler had sought to push them to the side to make it more palatable to the general population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sherman continued to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht really something that was almost to the makeup of this particular team. Jim has argued for a night of rage that throughout the city destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah schools, and even engaging in Poland races where they killed. Number from just under 100
can observe now.
26,000 Jews. Wide round concentration camp will have a lot more targets, but is a major precedent for the entire Jewish population accountable. The man that has made some 5 Incidentally, there's a strange epilogue to the entire story. He was, however, that in fact the reason he from Iraq had nothing to do with it, and that's how he was married, but rather it was a matter of a lover sport, but he was engaged in a relationship, and as a result, the masses, of course, flummoxed by this argument. They searched on in a short trial if he was going to call out a German official as years. His fate is largely unknown. It's very chilling. This photograph is of a great that was This is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example.
Extremely high barriers of residents and taking care of the home. The cost of politics is very high, cascading costs are very high, and of course,
Germany, fascinatingly, national disorder is Germans were not happy with getting running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And
so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate biases as, attacks on the street. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world would act up. Major
Understand is that if you're talking about equality, it's invisible. Come on, man, you can do more. It's a position I want to take.
Wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same passion for learning Jewish history. I spend way too much of that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I am. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium. Right? Zero is up to 100, and we'll just over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman nevertheless, we were defeated. But the one great historian, the phenomenal Whitmire Baron, who is greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of kind of
despite the most awful suffering. Their vision of Jewish history, not even in our own lifetime, they're so phenomenal that we don't realize that. I nevertheless would like to offer you some understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the testimony. Using archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are written Roman historians like Diocletius, some church look at this period of history from a very different perspective, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the children here who's exploring some of the parts hospitals which are now open. An example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the just so much about the experience of women rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right. Week, we had just seen the death of Herod. Time to look at early Christianity and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. The death of this phenomenally a major impact on as his successor. However, once he died, the other two kings, to designate the successors, they would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, River, and they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulan, the vision. They were unsatisfied with his vision, and so they all three of them Rome to complain to get
better deal for themselves. While his mind, of course, fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and Roman soldiers, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on soldiers. The procurator Sabinus will speak about what a procurator actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple, which is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government tax that they was mandated in the that they should give a half shekel every year the temple. And he's coming in. Excuse the shekel. But it is not going to apply to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to the temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but less was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator locked the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences to the Jews afterwards. The entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of Syria. And he crucifies 2,000. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this. And he sends them off to the south of France, to this town, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Glacier Riverboat cruises. Okay. So, now let's think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at the time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You will call this the city that Herod built. Specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of Caesarea was really known as a Roman center. Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abapi. Had been used up until the century. Which was prefect. Sometimes sometimes spell the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell in America. And it seemed to indicate the out are from the Caesar to areas. To Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews, clearly is an architect, have some historicity as well. The relationship of the Romans be tolerant of this bizarre people, that invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other God. We would not bow down to idols. In the civic religion, you have to realize it's the more so the religion really that serious. No side. But the statues really have power. Just what you did. If you just normal. Nevertheless, they basically gave space to do what they wanted to do. As long as we came fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples. For example, here's one exception of Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up in the city of Yavne, and so he said, that's ridiculous. If are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want to plant it in the and actually Lebanon, and even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects, say, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews are just going to make a lot of trouble and really very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. Died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem and shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the maps of the 60s. These were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish sympathies. Other examples, for the law, they were exempted from it. I'm not even sure if we can do it about many modern European countries if they have courts of law on Saturday. Will the Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish neighborhoods on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism robbing the Icon campus. Anti-Semitism. Okay. So, the Romans were also Sabbath token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifice ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feast. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing that be your assignment. So basically, willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as they made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the forms. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general, not to Jerusalem unless they were military banners that had an eagle on it, and things like that. By and large, for much of the first century, there was very, very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were you can see this is actually a puta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Messianic. It's about the size Basileus, king, and there is a parasol, which with minor royalty that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment. However, he fell in with the emperor, who was kind of like a Caligula groupie, and then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what he's supposed to do is tie his entire career to this on the basis of the Judaism rabbis actually express some of their admiration pointed over them. I can never be though, because of the Achenu, Ata, Achenu, Ata. It's a very difficult passage for which the Jews are all criticized. Hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come. He was not so star. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that, and were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem. His son, Agrippa II, until possibly in the year 92, there's a lot of story about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Vodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippa II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. His father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father grew Caligula, so too is the son of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while there's with his own secret, the queen is right next to Agrippa on the throne. He corresponded Josephus reproduces some of his, we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he has some interesting that we commemorated every year with the fast on the 9th of our fast, the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the there are many people who are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced in which is known in general as the zealot. Many of them put together significant bonds to Scala, Simon, Ben-Gurion. Many of them will be very important in the actual fight against Rome later, especially. Just to give you a sense of the kind of examples like this, some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian, he claims to be the Messiah, he claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. Century, all the Jews do
meet him in a particular place. Gathered together back to Jerusalem, and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about the opposed their radical marketplace where there were a lot of people going about, and then they would pull the knives out from their but then they were very happy. Back for ransom. And so the Romans were complicit in putting the Sicari back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of harsh individuals named Decius at one point to raise the temple a remarkably small amount of 17 talents of gold. I'm not exactly sure how much a talent is. Decius flourishes so insulted, comes back or making fun of him. And crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not full, but troops there to mandate his will. They actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of great detail. This is Orlo and Constance invited by Bar Constance. Bar Constance invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna I'm gonna bury the hatchet. We're gonna here after wedding. So he says, Bar Constance, I don't think you gotta go. He says, I'll pay for the whole wedding. I would take it off. But at that point, he says no, and he sends Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he version, he submits a intentional possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray well for the government. Exactly why he did it. But on the way back, at the bed, is to be the number 3 person effectively in the firm, junior co-founder. There is a fairly narrow path from a higher elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed, and the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the region. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life. But he's humiliated. Coming back just with the and this was at the hands of some, dominated by the way, thinking that correctly, the next attack would come because, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the record general of his time, and we know this because, just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed entire legions. That's incredible. I have to send. That's what I not Gallus there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. Invite his son Titus to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Jotaphat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active. They besieged the Jews there. Josephus describes, he really does. sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, they have plenty of water and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left. And dripping wet laundry on the outside walls. As if to say, we got so much water here. Wasting it by washing our clothes like this. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in that. So he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws and the person else shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea is straws. We managed to draw the shortest straw. Kills all the two Vespasian. Vespasian puts him in chains, but again with his tremendous ability speed, Titus greets Vespasian, which is not merely a general. And he says, why do you call me the emperor? Because I have seen Jewish prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, I guess it would be Nero, has died in this first battle 2,000 years ago. The attack turns to Jerusalem and to explore on Fishbach. The rebels in Jerusalem take phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible matter. To bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then the big heavy engines are coming along. But what is also true is a stunning inability and payment in kind, which you introduce. They even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try to weaken their rival Jewish zealots. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. Of course, the entire population. And we also about the moderates in Jerusalem. They want to have none of this. They right leadership. They turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for. Eventually, they're able to break through, and the walls of in the summer of the year 70 resulted in some absolutely horrific massacres for 9 of the month. So that represents the end of the main part
First War. The last holdout, of course, Fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years. Is also and then with those longer times to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a long war. We're talking about merely putting down a local revolt, and if the Romans made a tremendous amount of propaganda out of for their own internal purposes. They built this amazing part. Dedicated to keepers, the right-hand side of this arch, you see the university, another great university that has very low anti-Semitism rate in this city. He did some phenomenal work that's very deep in the stone. And he was able to actually create the way it would to statues. This is what it looks like. Rather garish, I think. I like it better. Been done before. We're seeing this now even to this day. And this is that home builders who the same thing they're setting up a varieties of this point, Judea captured, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has left the faith with the emperor. Time right. Very sad. Some are quite a bit more brutal, like version here, where hands are tied behind their back, quite a bit more submissive state, and the state is so important to them to the wider Mediterranean basin that they have really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's for the first Roman-Jewish war. I've only got 11 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is the Jews are banned are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of phenomenal, even if it's a fraction of it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. There's a flare-up. There's a so-called People's Rebellion, sometimes called the People's War, and it occurs in the Emperor Trajan or Trajan in the Byzantine Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, under where the Euphrates and the Tigris are close to each other, specifically the city of Kazan, which many may know better by its Talmudic term.
we show the next slide here, which shows interactive entertainment. But the question here, but I do want to maybe mention like how interesting was this asset, because this might have been beyond the plan.
Minority
It's really
it ended up being around. They fight back against the Rothschild Empire, where all Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Tito, and it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs quite a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like a, so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they were essentially living in caves in Judea, how did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is, they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just strapped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argue that they're Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could, and of course, made to be Jewish. Basically,
these were still very emerging business models. They were not set. Today, gambling is accepted, it's institutionalized, it's very invested in. But at this point, these were emerging ideas.
Untrue.
Not known.
Or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star, and it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who it was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurred in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian.
It's funny because it's insane to think about this part. Let me TPG and their investors. Most of that's their investors, but again, their president and staff. You go below that, you got the OPCO.
Understand.
Yeah, let's show this growth transaction.
Torah, any other exercise of Jewish identity. It could very well be that these were images raised by Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Coming up here. Glitters them
judging from the cave of horrors, for example, these were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from who had kept with her a cache of the most precious documents. Now you can take with you probably your passport, maybe your deeds to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what the doctor took with her. She grabbed all the orchards of date time that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her two documents are written in other languages, but many say that well, they're like legal letters, right? Fairly but these are phenomenal things. The Rothschild was memory of the Hungate base. The Jews were killed in one battle, shown here. That's beyond our described a lot of political, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over, which is incredibly important. What's that? That Jerusalem was taken under siege. There was one of the moderate rabbis, so they had families who were popular show as a married millennial woman who was born in 1983. I know that was a massive draw for that, and we were all killed. Millennials started to go to Vegas and sleep with that. But they way underpaid her in some respects because she was worth a lot. She became a meaningful even documentary in the growth of so if Mark Rowan is listening, just let it be known that Ben Cole speaks to try to keep Caesars afloat as long as possible. Oh yeah, but that's something I wanted, because this idea that in your world is not crazy. We ran into this in words. You know, going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story through which real where religious scholars the space magnanimously grasp this, and in so doing makes the possible. They're in the Sanhedrin, and in that place they begin to put elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document. I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time.
because I think
That's
they came
why
under
there's the
scrutiny
biggest section, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And joke ways, I'll probably put this into that. Women, you have to pay damages, right?
directors that
Someone's
were
ox, someone else's cow, and then the ox died, the blood thing, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last section deals with rituals and with personal vows of purity, like mikvah and things like that. And this Krishna was a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about
I think we have a
2
little
decades after the conclusion, we should meditate just on Jewish survival. What we see in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline system, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values in the case of what we're seeing today. Is essentially those rabbis that grabbed them. Later they moved to various other cities who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundation for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up the series that we're going with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
They have all these ways of adding value, right? They do create a ton of value. They push for these Dre's nightclub, those connections. TPG brings in all of its operating experts to maximize the efficiency of changing the rooms, right? They call the getting the strong guys to go in and change the sheets to make it quicker, right? Strip it. It's like a McKinsey solution that you get, right? And it was, that's exactly right. And those things are helpful. They made the organization more efficient. They made it grow. You have the Caesars Interactive Entertainment growing its user base and value this whole time. So those things they create a ton of value while they're doing this, and that's been the whole idea. While they're doing all this liability management, so that they don't lose control of it before that value rebounds from the big hit that they took for a number of reasons during the Great Financial Crisis. We hope you're enjoying the podcast. We work hard putting together this show, but we work even harder for our investors at SME Capital Management. At SME, we believe in disciplined investing, which is why the SME funds have a proven track record of long-term outperformance. If you're an investor in fear stock market failure like I do, and want to invest in wonderful companies to build wealth, we invite you to visit SMEcap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. SME funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated. Yeah, I do agree that it was a time game insofar as I think the strategy was, to your point, Max, add value, kick the can down the road. We all know from basic options that an out-of-the-money option, time is your friend. And so the longer they can stretch it out, maybe they got lucky. And also, they almost did. And also, markets are a confidence game. Yeah. And as long as you show confidence, people wouldn't question you. It's when people had a lot of facts against you that they questioned your confidence. That's right. So another interesting, again, story is fascinating. And there are all these sidebars. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written this as a Hollywood script fiction, you would have gotten laughed out of the office. They would have been, this is too ridiculous and this could never happen. Or a path
us. So let's talk a little bit about the Trust Indenture Act of 1939 and one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits there were about, and then how this really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington.
Yeah, it was. This was interesting. Right, it came into play in part because like a very aggressive deal that David Sanders structured in order to deal with Harris at the time before the essentially unsecured debt. They had just been decimated by getting when time comes to try to stand or take them out, David Sanders trying to do it away they can possible with as little money as possible. And so the investment they weren't secured, but they did have this a better piece of paper that they would almost one to look at what we do here to in fact make it so these bonds should still avail themselves of the parent guarantee of the parent company. And so a number of things to remove the parent and those creditors in order to get it. And you made this Jim Millar made this argument that was kind of a long shot argument that you're not able to treat one portion of because of the Trust Indenture Act. And it had one shot, right? It had, if they didn't think it was going to go anywhere, you have this, this argument that pops up. And where did this come from, right? This is back from, from completing these discounted, coercive transactions, leaving some of our creditors behind. Let's go change the law. There's something that lobbyists together, to go to all the time. There's no actual
water making that's being done besides the most right? Transportation funding. Writers in. It's supposed to be, they got one senator, one couple congressmen, to say, hey, but I'll sure I'll put it in favor to these people like Paulo's super important. Elizabeth Warren at the time had been suspicious of inserting the language, but she backed off when it in fact came from Harry Reid. It was almost about to go through until when this other case that was going on in education management. And he had a friend actually owned some of the bonds brigade who had gone to college with one of the congressmen. He intervened on anybody that he could, from those Mustang cases when he's late. In the Caesars case, because of this so they're trying to change the law in order to the way that they want it to go. There's a little bit of a spoiler alert here, but for those of you who may not read the entire something that's super fascinating over them this entire time, ended up nothing. They found out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what? Again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years. This is not unique or credit for this. But the other thing Elliot did, and they bought CDS. They went to the company and said, you should go into bankruptcy. Well, now you're not required. Go out and say, oh, by the way, and launched this CDS, so I make it feel like if you do that. And so it's this whole idea like insider dealing. Is it insider dealing or not? And is there any ethical law in the last 5 years? There's more instances of this coming up. But isn't that an inherent issue? Maybe since the Bankruptcy Act of 19 derivative like that. Is that fair? Yeah, and to my knowledge, I don't think that to be restructured. And so they kind of had Apollo right where they wanted them. They loaded the boat on the timing of the CDS, and then they did that, and it ended up paying off to the tune of millions of dollars. And so, yeah, I agree with both. It feels like insider trading, but legally, it's not. It's the rules. Yeah. Around that, or a lot of that at the time, was GSO, and then they later got into a big fight over other seating manufacturers. Hovnanian is what they became called. Yeah, like it was, still, right? It was a very, very ballsy, very savvy move to buy into the first lien bonds. That best professional who was doing a lot of this is Dave Miller. Caesars wound up filing with just one creditor class signed on to restructuring support. And that was the first lane. There was bonds, but it's not really structure. It wasn't going to be enough to get things done. Of course. Shout out to everyone who's been working so hard on the show. We recently hit the top 10 investing podcasts on Apple Podcasts, and even notice me funds, or better yet, reach out at sneakcap.com. When Cole and I, when I read this, there was a lot of sort of back. I got some cases made. Actually, it gives me weirdly because Steve and I had some good reputation in sources, and then there's a group of winners, the brilliance, and the relationships. Three of the main players here went to the same finals club at Harvard, right? And two of them, Katie and Miller, were really good friends from there's like that whole connection between everyone who is at Drexel at one point. And very impactful, and it has these far-reaching connections as well. This was an opportunity to get into, there are personalities, there are, people who take things personally, or a lot of things and that's that's business.
All they had
This mess had many fathers, and which is looked like an idiot, and they ended up looking like a genius. And some of them started looking like geniuses and ended up looking like idiots. Was it just the fact there was so much people, and that's why there was such movement during your story?
Not managing it. It's not, it's not like there's good and that was like an unqualified, success or winner, and somebody was unqualified, like failure or loser, right? Like, Apollo was, ostensibly an antagonist here who got called out by the examiner for orchestrating along with its co-investors, its executives, upwards of $5 billion. Like very strong claims for fraudulent history had gone on to be continuing biggest, one of the largest and most successful investment firms. Extent we could. And history, right? Jim an important pioneer in the structuring industry, but he was also counsel. What this petty squabbling between, two funds that actually have the same LPs, the same pensions or insurance companies. I like to try that was the context that he's dealing with it, while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive mid-level executives that are trying to prove themselves. Do you think that he was fair in his work and his assessment? Do you think he was biased going in? Because I think there's little doubt that prosecutor, like very respected, a professional. We think that his work was done fair minded, right? I think that there's legitimate criticisms of very helpful, very revelatory, and and then some of it, it seems like he made fair criticism, right? He for him, overall was that it's presented internally where it said, okay, well we're going to go on and we'll be able to, right? In place that things don't go, we'll be in a better position, negotiating position with creditors that anyone that was looking out for the creditors at time and where ostensibly that it was insolvent, which you have fiduciary responsibility. He put those together, fairly to take positions on it. We won a lot, okay? And I will dub this, I don't think anyone's done this, but I'll call it the Yellowstone Club rule. Relative to Oak Tree or others was what I took away from your book. Yeah, percentage return. Yeah. And I was thinking, well, I wonder if David Tepper hadn't done this, would he be the owner of the Panthers right now? I was kind of playing that up through my mind, but this was a massive winner in the billions for Appaloosa, and they weren't involved very long compared to others. Yeah, probably around $1 billion. Yeah, exactly. And but it's so I tried to I'm like, so this is just pure kind of speculation by Dempsey, but we tried to quantify everyone's absolute dollar amount. So we estimated that Appaloosa, Elliott, and Silver Point actually all made upwards of $1 billion plus, right, on this. And Canyon in the end. Well, the IRR was a little bit better because he was invested for a shorter amount of time, as a second hand. Oak Tree, because they were par investors, so like that, their IRR might have been lower, but they still they bought in when things were distressed. They got more than par eventually. Ironically, the bonds that were represented by White and Case, the senior guarantee notes, wound up having some of the best returns relative to where they were trading. Not too many people bought in at that level, but maybe there were some who might have just gotten better returns. Sure. So there was an enormous amount of value here because the company was valuable, right? And it did wind up being worth more than the entirety of its debt eventually. So Paul's thesis was right, that just timing was not good. I think that's super well said. And Cole and I were talking about that this morning. TPG and Apollo thought they could make billions off this trade, and it turns out there were billions to be made off this trade. And to your point, several firms and even individuals ended up making billions, but it just wasn't Apollo and TPG. So to that end, there's a lot of players in this story, a lot of names in the book. what struck me, just sort of like a cursory looking people up on LinkedIn, it seems like a lot of people, like most of the people in the story, are still at the same firms they were at. If anything, they're more senior, more wealthy now. So I'm curious, both, from the investment firm's perspective, the lawyers, the bankers, how did this impact people in their careers? Because for to a large degree, this was a debacle, but it doesn't seem like it had a profoundly negative influence really on anybody professionally. So curious for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about this book now is that it's still so relevant because we hear that there are trading desks, right, and law firms and investment banks that hand it out to their juniors and just look, each one of those people, those are potential clients and colleagues right there. And if everyone acquitted themselves well, right? And David Zambri is the co-head of private equity out of Apollo. And it's you look at what he did, it was okay, well, he's going into boardrooms with a bunch of other aggressive investors. A lot of them were, older, senior, and he's all right, maybe the best strategy was to throw a tantrum and walk out. Right? It's you're not going to get anything by just sitting there and negotiating rationally. Daniel Kahneman even says that, right? In Thinking Fast and Slow and some of the subsequent studies. So, all the characters and the people in there, right? Nobody dies, nobody goes to jail. Was, a high interesting, a period of time. Where there were winners and losers, barely. But ultimately, most of the people are still in the same.
So you said that you tried to not take shots at. The left thinks is, all conservative bias, and you.
Again, it was Paul Weiss in there. That has powerful influential work on money to try to control the narrative, right? And the strategy of doing that, right, is to cut short potentially negative coverage or a narrative that doesn't favor you. And so, so Paul Weiss, did send some menacing letters over, asking to see our manuscript, and that if we published anything that was untoward, there could be consequences. And I think I know a lot of that happens, right? The intimidation of the media, the power imbalance, obviously. And most journalists are not making a lot of money, and they're just trying to get to the heart of things. And so, I think that I hope that people are discouraged from intimidating journalists. The one thing the journalists can do is report on what you've just done accurately. And if you're sending threatening letters, then there's nothing to prevent us from publishing them. So it's tons of good relationships with people who work at Paul Weiss, then and presently, so I think that was something that happened. I think it's misguided. I don't think that firms should do it. I think it is inevitable that they're going to try to. I think that it's going to help them shape their things are fairly loose out there in credit markets from what could be funding over the next, say, 2 to 3 years with our deficits. So we would say maybe 10-year weights up at 5.5, 6. It's black spreads underwriting right now because in some respect I can say it looks more like '06.
Well, I mean, especially private credit, right? If there's a bubble anywhere, my day job is I am the head of a team of analysts, lawyers, and journalists that cover distressed investing, restructuring, and the most in-vogue is liability management exercises, and that is essentially taking advantage of this like covenant like era, and this era of really like open loose capital markets, because regardless the quantum of fixed income is just derivatives, other credit, so that's the largest asset class in their facilities. So the loose covenants, they give sponsors the opportunity against each other and do innovative things, that provides opportunity, and that makes things super interesting. It provides a lot of jobs for lawyers. And there's a lot more debt response options.
Yeah, I know a former colleague of mine who's a banker now, and he was talking about debt.
We have free insights.
Great. Max, I know Connor and I spend time, and also appreciate you and G's work. Our tribe should go out and buy a copy of the Caesar's Palace Coup.
Really?
So maybe we'll have you back for that, Max. If you enjoyed this podcast, go to Apple, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you listen to a Book with Legs podcast. Give us a review. You can also send your suggestions to us on X. Our handle is @SneakApp. Thank you for joining us for Book with Legs podcast. We look forward to the next episode.
should not be. You can learn more about Speed Capital Management and us at speedcap.com.
All that Jewish stuff required, it's all out in this strange land. We acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally.
Speed Capital Management. At Speed Capital Management, we end stock market failure. You can learn more at Speed.
Welcome to a Book with Legs podcast. I'm Cole Speed, CEO and Portfolio Manager here at Speed Capital Management. At our firm, we are readers and power of books to help shape informed investors. In this podcast, we speak to the late great Charlie Munger, prescribed using multiple mental models and analysis. We analyze the lens of business, markets, and people. Hosting me is our newly minted Chief Officer, who comes from Wall Street, sure enough, Connor O'Callaghan.
Good to be here.
Glad to have you, man. You ready to jam and have some fun?
You know it. I'm ready. Let's do it.
In this episode, we will discuss deal financing, legal, and maybe most interesting to our listeners, the masters of the universe. Max Brooms is joining us to discuss the Caesar's Palace coup that he co-authored with Sajid Inda. A little background on Max. Max is the global head of distribution at 9fin. He was a global head for LeftFin Insights, part of Fit Solutions. Max has a master's in journalism. Probably one of the most famed journalism from the People's Republic of Berkeley. Max.
Thanks for having me on, Cole. Good to be on here with you and Connor.
Also, just the opening where it's like, hey, so let me just kind of kick it off.
Just pick up the year that failed at Berkshire Hathaway.
Ago now that Charlie mentioned that 3 years ago.
Yeah. So we appreciate Steve for just extraordinary journalist who co-authored the book with me, and in the way we met with platform formerly known as Twitter. I like my career has been very niche and journalism, specialized journalism. Probably the most general interest I got on private equity for the Deal magazine in New York. There I specialized more into. I got the attention of helped invest in debt and high yield for an insurance company. And he had the idea to start up a company that focused on distressed debt investing for an audience of hedge funds. And so we launched that company together in 2013. And then my reporting became a lot more technical. We hired former bankruptcy attorneys and credit analysts. And ultimately specialized content for an audience of hedge funds and then investment bankers, lawyers, and then ultimately the trading prices of the debt securities direct reports, which have I was doing financial times, the editor of Lex called, and he'd been interested in the Caesars story for finance and got into some scene. Like the negotiations between Apollo and proposing this book. While there, did some consulting work on the side for what was and like where the CEO of really identified that this industry industry is just time, right? Casino operating company that I would find there was something in here, right? Like, Marvin Minnelli must have struck a bunch of that. Upfront about what it's doing, all the data and the numbers that they were getting the casino business because they could track it like to the T of how many people using which machine. How often when so that's wound up being very at the time, between 2006, relatively healthy investment grade companies, public companies, with debt in order to just grow it was the attraction, the turn. Just on buying casinos and plugging it into the total reward system. You didn't have to compete with the niche and like the big, attractive that some of the other competitors were applying. Yeah, it was pretty cool reading about Lubman. It was a captivating read. And by the way, as Cole mentioned, I have about 20 years of background in structured credit. And so your book was fantastic. Even for me, though, understanding all these things, understanding all the terms of art, I still found myself going back, referencing the players in the front and trying to keep it all straight in my head because it was no doubt very complicated. So yeah, Lubman was basically kind of doing AI, like before AI. It was sort of like a forerunner of big data and using that to his advantage. So what I'm curious about, though, is more on the corporate side. So the 90s, I think for all of us, unfortunately, feels like not that long ago, but it was a long time ago. So can you just talk a little bit about how the industry as a whole was transforming? It seemed like it was tied in with legacy businesses like Holiday Inn, and how did that evolve? Obviously, you talked about MBAs coming in and being more involved and sort of making it more technical. But talk to us a little bit about the landscape and then also how that looks different from today. Because clearly back then it was just Vegas and Atlantic City, and that's clearly changed a lot too over the last 30 plus years.
The casino industry, you're saying? Or like the hospitality industry?
Both. Like how did casino ownership evolve and the business model evolve?
Disclaimer, not a casino analyst, but so like we just high school grads of non-professionals running the industry who knew people who break some legs, to MBAs, and then from MBAs to PhDs, right? So that was like the transition, and Loveman really led like that, the transition into like the PhDs who would put the most complicated, like formulas into practice. In order to the gambling, and then there was this understanding of like attractions across the street from Caesars as well. And so that was a transition as well. So I kind of like describe that as being how the casino industry changed over time. About the time that legitimate, right? It's like then it's the target, and this is like, and this owner of casinos, in Las Vegas, very, very. We describe how they had to go through this process. By like the local
a force there, and they always have a little background mistaken for somebody that's Ball Part 3, Barbarians of the Cave Part 2, but if you could just tell us sort of a little bit about Drexel. Obviously, that was kind of going back to the 80s, but that really felt like the nexus, and all of this really proliferated.
In full disclosure, Max, my dad, who we obviously worked with, was a retail broker at Drexel, so I grew up a Drexel kid.
Wow.
Right? So it's like one of those things where everything tied to Drexel. It's like your book. I was like, this is a this time.
He thought his career was over. So one door closes, another opens, and clearly things. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it was a fascinating rabbit hole to dig into, and like really bond market, and like the explosion of just corporate credit and all the assets of it back to Mike Milken and Drexel really being the ones that pioneered arranging and training and it was like it was something where Howard Marks, like a oak tree recognized it and left to start oak tree with this thesis that if you buy mass of these will actually even with the additional defaults you'll wind up making more money because not all of them are going really the favorites the favorites of Milken who the junk bond king giving people these barbarians that they get to complete humongous LVOs and like it spawned a bunch of successors, including Apollo. Right, Leon Black was of Mike Milken. He went on to he's really after they started to launch a firm, and then he brought on Mark Rowan and Janine, co-founders. They were a little bit junior at the time, but they're so brilliant in and of themselves. They got titles as being co-founders of Apollo, but they all came out of Drexel. And as did Bruce Karsh. Others at a number of different firms that knew how to invest in risky debt, and then ultimately that knew how to invest in distressed debt, and how to navigate a Chapter 11 has been democratized by various services, including Netwire, Ninefin, where I work right now, and making it like all that stuff was not accessible to most people. And so firms like Apollo or Oak Tree or eventually Canyon and were able to Silver Point, a number of the firms that are mentioned in the books, make a much better risk return than other funds for quite some time because they understood the process of bankruptcy and where to buy into a capital structure at a huge discount industries. Origins. And
when Max, the other thing it made me think of was, I think Milken's first with Drexel in the Opco structure that I'm sure we'll talk about later. But again, this is like, but in broad daylight, it's just a wall. At Speed Capital Management and host of this podcast. I'd like to invite you to check out speedcap.com. At our firm, we are stock market investors. We advise investors who fear stock market failure with a discipline that has proven success over long periods of time. Learn more about our funds at speedcap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Carefully perform investing. Speed funds distributed by UMB.
Also, some interesting tie-ins here, right? Via Tom Barrack, who clearly became the first Trump administration. That's what really got Bonderman into the casino business, because if I'm not mistaken, at one point they bought a casino from Donald Trump. Is that remembering that correctly? That's how right. Yeah.
Restructuring in that, and the reason incentives align was back to this idea you had in your book, which was that you have to sit in front of the gaming commission to get approved. Okay, and that's what made this work. Symbiotic relationships began or accrued over time.
Should we talk about the timing a little bit?
Timing.
So it's interesting. It feels like 2006, kind of when this got going. Clearly, the timing ended up being bad. But it was sort of a golden era for LBOs. Obviously, TXU was around the same time. That went horribly badly as well. We're talking a little bit about what sort of the market looked like in the lead up to the financial crisis, and compared to what we see now.
Including like the credit spreads at the time, because that's something we think a lot about right now.
Interest rates, they're lower now than they were then. It's there have been relatively it's going to be good to keep the capital markets flowing. And then it was there's the bid and then the agreement in 2006 where it was ultimately the Apollo BJT bid over the strategic competitor that wound up winning out at an extraordinary number, $32 billion valuation at the time.
It was $90 a share, I think, was the deal price.
Yeah, for the outlook stock. Great thing for the shareholders at the time. And they thought that to grow it by acquiring other casinos and applying the time, they did have quite a bit with common, keeping the investment grade debt that was already on the company there in place that wound up getting all the other secured debt itself, the underlying real estate of the casinos, and so the buildings wound up being the collateral for these CMBS structures that gave it the total increase in value. Right, that was the era that we're talking about. Well, by the way, AAA spreads on CMBS and that era were in the 20s, like 27 over like 1,000.
Another question, and then also,
perspective, right?
Structural perspective. So you talk about, for example, you explain a hung bridge. They were getting an origination fee. They made some nice fees at the start of the deal. The question is, will they make money in the end, which tends to be a dilemma, as they say. It actually reminded me of Twitter. Like, we're still looking at it right now. It's a hung bridge on Twitter, and they're starting to market the debt.
It's hot right now. I mean, it's amazing that they think that they're going to sell it at 90 cents. Maybe they already have.
It's like, okay, where are we at in the cycle? And, like the idea of payment in kind, which you use to your readers to make sure they have, sooner or later, things have dealt with. And so, yes, spread things finance, the amount of demand, as you pointed out, with things, but it still has to get sold to someone.
Yeah. Well, in the secondary at a discount generally, right? So, we have investment banks. They're gonna get their big fees, and then they're gonna, commit, give like a commitment letter, right? Not just a highly confident letter.
Yeah.
Which you can, confirm the
place.
Yeah, right?
I'm grateful for that.
And the market, right? They had all this paper on their books, and they ultimately did sell it secondary, held on to it. They took big losses on it. Lower discount. To push it off this recovery, which they did. They don't, right? It was just like, this business is solid. It's cyclical. This is cyclical. This is not a fundamental change. And so for the most part, that was true, except for Atlantic City, because Atlantic City, that EBITDA was slashed by 60%, never came back because all the casino licenses that came on board in New England and the Northeast after the
Mohegan Sun, right? That I think. Like. think the other thing too, you talk about assets or A is equal to equity plus liability. That game of like what is your value, and that becomes constant contention. In this, I do want to just look at structure.
Yeah, I know we should do that. As you're talking there, Max, it's funny to think about, and you're completely right. It was like $350 million. So there is kind of a deep irony that they should have just picked the $350 million. Owners doing the same thing. They're setting up for their land called Can you talk to us a little bit why people like the TPG wanted to buy this as sort of their first control foray, first of many, but their first one? The short answer is that the financing and the tax treatment for the real estate, the corporate, corporation that is they operate, and then you'll get cheaper financing as well. The CMBS market, and that's the gist of it. That's still true. True today. Even some of the tax treatment that Caesar was grandfathered. Yes, if it was already in line, they were going to allow it.
Well, yeah, because that's your point. Because a REIT by IRS definition has to distribute 90% of its income. They can retain 10%, but because they pay corporate level taxes from a veil perspective, and it's not there's no tax taken out until the investor collects the obviously the taxable statement in India, correct? Well, you wrote the book. I was hoping you're the expert.
I got into it from the book, but I am not a REIT expert by any stretch of the imagination. But I do have like the basics. The basics was though that like you said, you can take a lot more leverage as a REIT relative.
So we'll jump back. We'll jump to the next slide here, because obviously as they're going through this, things deteriorate. They do this deal. Bankers fill out an issue, borrow the money when the bank will give it to you. Do this, things get bad in the OpCo-PropCo model, and then they're like, hey, we're going to go to a growth model. Let's take core assets, but they were really aggressive. They went out and got Planet Hollywood. That's a deal they did. Then we show the next slide here, which shows Planet Hollywood, the horseshoe, and then because this might have been, beyond the Planet Hollywood story, it's really one of the more interesting assets that kind of,
it ended up being the
perspective. Well, yeah, for the final deal cash.
The Caesar Interactive and it was meant to be, online gaming. They hired this tremendous entrepreneur from Canada to take advantage of what they thought was going to be legalization of online gaming. And then when they realized that wasn't going to be able to get online gaming legalized for quite some time, they did video games. These are what a gambler. Yeah, brand to play online gambling. You pay for extra access to coins or whatever it was. So there was no gambling for it, but it was became quite popular in like the Candy Crush era. It's like that line, without the hope of it being, as valuables about that money into this growth structure. And again,
Yeah,
growth was,
to your point, in the online gambling, I mean, I know I'm an old man for 1 second here at the age of 41, but like to you young bloods out there, when Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker, that's online gambling to explode. And to your point, it's like it wasn't legal in every jurisdiction. So I remember being in college, these were still very emerging business models. They were not set. Today, gambling is accepted. To your point, it's institutionalized, it's very invested in. But at this point, these were emerging ideas, not known.
Yeah, it's now sports betting and all these things are in motion much bigger and less, regulated as they were. You can go back and it'll better than it was cross-border sports gambling. That's the crux of so illegal, and now it's just like perfectly illegal.
Just Heisman Trophy back, we all kind of laugh because it's insane thing about this part. When they start, so again, structurally, parent companies, Apollo, TPG, and their investors, most of that's their investors, but again, their president, that staff. You go below that, you got the OpCo, bondholders, you have the PropCo bondholders. Okay,
can we throw that slide back up again?
Yeah, let's. Because I just want to show this. Like when this growth transaction comes up, this is where the incentives for various parties get very perverse. Because obviously, this new growth company causes a new shareholder, or I'll call it equity owner class, to show up. And this is really what opens Pandora's box. The idea of fraudulent I think it's
rolling my eyes. You can see like the new structure. It just kept getting more and more ridiculous. So yeah, if you can talk about fraud, London basically was pushing the boundaries. In perspective, yes, at the time, I mean, like, it was so, it's so complicated. But yeah, that asset should be clawed back for the benefit of all the creditors underneath the company. And so what happens here, that's relevant funds, the loan, the high yield debt, and the rest of the investment grade debt, and then the PropCo that has the CMBS debt. Right.
Especially
CMBS for it to happen was his December, we're going to put more money into Caesar's growth. Our assets are some really like valuable assets that we believe with additional investment can if they had done that, give, X amount of money, we're going to raise assets at what was ultimately determined to not be near what their value was, including the whole, all of Planet Hollywood, that they were using the numbers that didn't include the Britney Spears residency, which was just incredibly valuable. And then, there was the 4 properties over there, which was kind of the last straw, along with the, but that's what created this potential argument for projects like Planet Hollywood in this era.
I did not know Popular Show as a man who married a woman who was born in 1983. I know that was a massive draw with that, but they way underpaid her in some respects. She was worth a lot more than that, but she became a meaningful EBITDA contributor. In some respects, made the growth company work.
So it Mark wrote known that Cole Speed did his part to try to keep Caesars afloat as long as possible.
Well, but you touched on something that I wanted, because this is a nuance. In your world, this is not crazy. We ran into this in public markets. But you want to touch on the idea of special committees and whatnot?
Yeah, so this is sort of an underpinning, I feel like, or undercurrent of the book, where so a special committee was put together to value the growth company, and they also needed a fairness opinion. So can you kind of talk to us, as somebody who's seen a lot of these transactions, where does that all to fairness opinion? But then the take away Nicole and I, the growth of a company, and then they can only, it's only worth it. And they're giving for these assets that are being moved over. So that's what's needed for these types of transfers. I think they came under scrutiny because they cited a lot more with Apollo's valuation work that they did with the independent directors that were appointed to negotiate the transaction on behalf of Caesars. The other thing that became problematic that there was no, for the longest period of time, there weren't independent directors.
Council was the OPCO, which is a little footnote was very. But
what Max just said was that was the crux of the whole case.
Well, this kind of rolls into our next question. Actually, our third slide, you show in your book. The link, you got the way, life hack, one behind the past life of Cromwell, probably my favorite place, but like Dre's nightclub, Cromwell's getting thrown into this. Mark Rowan knows Dre, and therefore the nightclub comes about. The asset base is getting bigger, but those are all transactions to buy time. Is that fair? Well, right? Like I think that's the interesting thing about this was that you had seen value, right? They do create a ton of value. They push for these, the Dre's nightclub, those connections. TPG brings in all of its operating experts to maximize the efficiency of, changing the robes, right? We have they call it getting to go in and change the sheets, make it quicker, right? They strip it. The McKinsey solution that you do, right? That's exactly right. And those things are helpful. They made the organization more growing its user base and value this whole time. So they create a ton of value while they're doing this. And that's been the whole idea. While they're doing all this liability management, so they don't lose control of it before that value rebound. From the big hit that they took for the financial crisis. We hope you're enjoying this. We work hard putting together this show. We work even harder for investors at Capital Management. Long-term performance. If you're an investor, if you're a stock market failure like I do, and want to invest in past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing in risks, including loss of principal, lose a further perspective, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider carefully. Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC. Yeah, I mean, I do agree that it was a time game insofar as I think the strategy was, to your point, Max, add value, kick the can down the road. We all know from basic options that an out-of-the-money option, time is your friend. And so the longer they can stretch it out, maybe they got lucky. And also, they almost did. And also, markets are a confidence game. And as long as you show confidence, people had a lot of facts against you. Question your confidence. That's right. So another interesting, again, the story is fascinating, and there are all these sidebars. Yeah. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written this as a Hollywood script fiction, you would have gotten laughed out of the office. They would have been, this is too ridiculous. This could never happen, or a pass. So let's talk a little bit about the Trust Indenture Act of 1939. And one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits there were about, and then how this really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington. This was interesting. You came in part because of a very aggressive deal that David Sam structure in order to at Harris at the time before the LBO. And so all of these were essentially unsecured debt. They had just been decimated by getting primed and the great financial crisis. They're all trading at a discount. And a lot of them wind up trading in the hand of a bunch of distressed debt investors. And so when time comes to try to refinance them or take them out, David Sam's trying to do it a way that can take out as many as possible.
Now, protection that essentially was done with 2/3 of the bondholders, leaving out the other third road. They would tell us zero. Right? The one third of the bondholders, like completely and to look at what can we do here to try to capture get some more money back, right? Make a, I don't know, it was like $94 million left. It wasn't that much, right? That was the irony of this, and there was this argument that like the made it so these bonds should still avail themselves of the parent guarantee. Actions happened. Apollo did a number to remove the parent guarantee. At least they did. And so they tried to strike this deal with 2/3 in order to get it. And you made this like made this argument that was we have the because of the trust indenture act, and it had to be unanimous, right? Like it had they didn't think it was gonna anywhere, but at the time, right, a lawsuit going on with education management, a similar argument that made Marvel get who had brought up the debt of this company. And that had actually made past motions that the courts were going to honor the debt that had been left behind in these types of transactions. And so all of a sudden you have this this argument that pops up, and so like Apollo is looking at this and thinking, where did this come from, right? Like this is what? If that's all that's holding us back from from completing these discounted coercive transactions, leaving some of our creditors behind, well, that's going to change. Right, so like long as you go to Congress, no actual lawmaking being done must pass legislation, right? Like funding the Washington State Transportation Act, like the budget, exactly, right? That must pass. Well, they put all these little riders in. They're supposed to be non-controversial. They got Charlotte put it in their favor to these people like Apollo's Supreme Court, Harry Reid wound up being one of the the supporters of it. And Elizabeth Warren at the time had been suspicious of inserting the language, but she backed off when it was. That came from Harry Reid. Shelby was the Republican congressman who was initially found to be backing it.
Senior senator from Alabama.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So it was like it was almost about to go through until actually owned some of the bonds. Ed Reed, who had gone to college with one of the Congress, he got a lobby firm, Oaktree, those must-pass pieces of legislation, and therefore, and so the argument still comes up, right? Right, so they're trying to change the law in order to, continue to perform the restructuring, the way that they wanted to. There's a little bit of a spoiler alert here, but for those of you and not really scared Apollo and TPG ultimately, because had that kind of gone all the way through and become sort of settled law, they would have been on the hook for double-digit billions of dollars. They found out literally the day they were signing off on everything and moving forward that actually Marvel Game was a success. Ended up being nothing. And found out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what?
They're odd. Again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years. This is not unique to discussion in, I'll call it, legal forums or credit forums. But the other thing that you talk about is what Elliott did in the CDS. You called it, I think, your chapter on. It was called First Derivative. And they obviously you should go into bankruptcy. Now, you're not required by law at this point in our lives to go and say, oh, by the way, I'm long. Isn't that issue that's, maybe since the
That's actually true, and just to expand on that, what Lee did was it was all a time play. I think the markets that knew that a bankruptcy was coming, but the markets were pricing it in much later than it ended up happening. Yeah. But Elliott had debt that needed to be restructured, and so they kind of had Apollo right where they wanted them. They loaded the boat on the timing of the CDS, betting that it was going to be sooner rather than later in the bankruptcy filing. Then went to Apollo, sheet this debt, contingent on you filing for bankruptcy now to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. So yeah, I agree with what both of you were saying. It feels like insider trading, but legally so this manufacturing defaults how they like it was very ball very savvy move to buy into the first liens of value. Now one of the heads of distress and it like to then become signed on to a restructuring support agreement, and that was the first lien bonds. And there was a lot of them. It was $5 billion.
So hard to show. We recently hit the top 10. It's how frustrating. investing involves risk, including the prospectus for important information, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses.
And went back in some cases many decades. You know, you had Howard. I mean, there was that one time where Samber wanted to do something very graphic to Ken Fair. Yeah, and that was part. The most gratifying as a journalist, and you know, being able to delve into the person. You know, these personalities and like relationships. You know, how like three of the main players here went to the same final were like friends from you know, from boarding school. Sure. So you know, and then yeah, there's like the whole connection between everyone who is at Drexel. In some ways, but it's, you know, it's very impactful. It has like,
yeah. To your point, it just gets messy. As Jim Milstein put it, this might be my favorite quote. This mess had many fathers. End quote. Which is his way of explaining, you know, client's fault, but there's a role in what he does, and even he at some point looking, I was foolish, but just competition in the intellect these people, and that's why there was such movement during your story.
It's potential $1 million like very strong claims for fraudulent conveyance and breaches of fiduciary duty, etc. And at the end of everything, all they have to do is get back their equity check. They raised the largest fund in private equity history, and they go on to be a continuing like biggest, like one of the largest successful you know, in like to become what was once the daughter, essentially like you know, function advising on how to. Kind of small time in some ways, and so it was we tried to counter with it while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive, you know, mid-level executives that are trying to prove themselves. Yeah, Max, I appreciate you saying that. I talked about this a lot as we were reading the book. You know, to your worst. So you talked about Richard Davis, the example, you know, that was really sort of like the pivotal point in this case. You know, do you think in his work and his assessment, do you think he was biased going in? Because I think there's little Davis that had different findings. You know, this whole affair probably would have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, very much so. You know, seeing I joke that the Richard Davis thing. You know, a professional. With our third, and because we heavily on is an 1,800-page examiner's report. Was you know was done fair mind of, you know, some of the valuations here, conclusions there. But it was very helpful, very revelatory, and you know, and then seems like he made, you know, fair criticism. Right? Speaking about for him with Paulo was that, like, in their mindset, they had a slide that was presented internally where it said, okay, we're gonna move on these acting roles, you know, the goodness and like maybe save the company, but like you know, in the case that things don't go well, better position like negotiating position with creditors that the bankruptcy, so we can have our cake and eat it too. Bring creditors off co at a time where ostensibly that, you know, it was insulting. He put those together. Thoroughly, wasn't afraid to like his motivations too. He just wants to do a good job.
Well, did you want an interesting character at this point in the book? We know who the winners are, right? So, for example, someone says, there's no good, there's no evil. Okay. I will So I tried to. I'm like, so this is just Elliot and Silver Point actually right on this in the end. One guy like it's the bonds that were represented some of the best returns relative to where they were trading. Not too many people bought in at that level. But there was enormous amount of value here because the company was valuable, right? And it didn't wind up being those thesis. I think that's super well said. I think Cole and I were talking about that this morning. You know, TPG and Apollo thought they could make billions off this trade. And it turns out there were billions to be made off this trade. And to your point, several firms and even individuals ended up making billions. But it just wasn't Apollo and TPG. So to that end, you know, there's a lot of players in this story, a lot of names in the book. You know, what struck me, just sort of like a cursory looking people up on LinkedIn, it seems like a lot of people see you're more wealthy now. So I'm curious, both, you know, from the investment firm's perspective, the lawyers, the bankers, you know, how did this impact people in their careers? Because was a debacle, but it doesn't seem like potential clients call right there. And it would like everyone, investor, a lot of them were, you know, older, senior, and it's like our strategy was to throw a tantrum and walk out, right? It's like, you know, you're not going to get anything by just sitting there and negotiating rationally. You know, Daniel, all the characters, the people are still in the same industry, and continue to make money off of it. You know, in other ways, and firms or individuals in the book, and I agree, you did a good job of avoiding that. Because media is liberal biased, you know, this is, you know, all conservative bias, and you
kind of touch on that, indirectly on that last page where you felt of telling the story and trying to tell the truth. So I was wondering if you could, expand on that because I think it's really relevant today. Like again, it's narrative, right? In media and in the media space, and part of the strategy of doing that, right, is to doesn't favor you, and so so Paul Weiss, it sends some menacing letters over, asking to see our manuscript and that if we published anything that or there could be consequences, and I think most journalists are not making a lot of money and they're just trying to get to the heart of things, and so I think that I hope that you are discouraged from intimidating journalists. Like one thing journalists can do is report on what you just done accurately. And if you're sending threatening letters, then there's nothing to prevent us from publishing them.